My name is Marcus. I'm the compiler of a collection of therapy quotes entitled 1001 Windmills of the Mind. A collection of advanced self-help quotes taken from what's often called the psychodynamic or the psychoanalytic perspective, which long ago, as I understand it, was referred to by some as philosophical medicine or narrative medicine, helping one to find their narrative truth, their story, to piece it together, to be a detective, a psychological detective, an emotional detective. So why do we need to find our story? What's the big deal? Well, it is a big deal because the thing is, if we don't really know our story, like if we don't have our memories really, and we have what's called childhood amnesia, that's because it was trauma. And that trauma was related to the development of our real self, our authentic self. Okay. So the word of the year by the Merriam-Webster Dictionary Company last year, 2023, was authentic. So we're all born with an authentic self, a real self. And that's really where we're meant to come from. Like that's our inner home. Like we all live in a psychic house called the soul castle. That's within. So that's our embodiment. That's our sense of self. That's our ontological self. Okay, that's I feel of our amness, and when we have our sense of beingness, there's this serene kind of pleasant feeling by it. So it animates like a radiance, like the sun. There's like a warm feeling when we have our sense of self, our authentic self. So we need our story to get back our real self, and let the person be connected to themselves and not feel absent from themselves or a stranger to themselves. So why does a child lose his real self or his authentic self? What happens? Well, that's a good question. Anyways, a fragment of the answer, a theory, all theory, by the way, is as follows. Assuming the baby's in paradise, in the uterus, assuming he's in a welcoming womb, mother's not smoking, not drinking, etc., not arguing, okay, not taking meds or things, and whatever the mother does, it's going to affect the baby immensely, like 10, 20-fold, so the mother has to be calm, peaceful, to make sure the baby has his paradise, meaning he feels safe, he's relaxed, and he can grow and be fed and develop naturally in a welcoming womb, a paradisical womb. Okay, so there is a thing called knowledge of the womb. There is a thing now. It's very it's very kind of a lot of material presents the case that there is such a thing as prenatal trauma, prenatal distress syndrome, birth trauma. That these things do exist. You can't, like the mother goes to a heavy metal concert and the baby's kicking and stops kicking. Because maybe he twisted the cord so much and he's afraid to make another move. Mother says, oh, see, he won't remember any of that. Oh yeah, he does. It goes into the part of the brain, the earliest part of the brain, the survival brain. Because the baby thinks he's not going to make it. If there's so much stress that he's kicking, not enough oxygen, he might not make it. So he may have like he's in fear for his life kind of thing. So that memory, being with his mother in the uterus that time, so he'll say the world is not a friendly place, the universe is not a friendly place if the mother goes to a heavy metal concert and very stressed out by the loud noises and the baby kicking out of fear, and while he's kicking he twists the cord around him and doesn't get enough oxygen. He's terrified of all this. Mother says, oh, don't worry, nothing wrong. He won't remember that. Is he bothered by that? So some others are what's called soul blind to the feelings and needs of the baby. So the baby, in the meantime, in that example, he'll remember that. It goes into the part of the brain called the first line consciousness. First line consciousness, or the first brain. So we have the famous triune brain, the 3-in-1 brain. We have 3 brains. So the baby's mainly operating. So the third brain, the neocortex, comes online roughly ballpark age 3. So the child is mainly keeping his memories from the first 2 lines of consciousness, or the first 2 minds or brains. The third brain are ideation and philosophy and consciousness and being to speak and study and and all that. That comes online a little bit later on. But in the beginning, when the baby's in the uterus, he's mainly operating from the first two brains. So the first brain is mainly about the sensations, and it's visceral, it's biologic, neurochemical. Its language is biology, basically. So that's the language of the first brain. And that first brain, it's mainly the spine and the tip of the spine, the brainstem, and it's responsible for all our vital signs and our body temperature and how much stress hormones and just that kind of physiological kind of area. So in normal development, everything's smooth and the child is a normal system and all this. But if he's terrified in the uterus, in this current example in the uterus, his stress levels will go way up, and then maybe he'll freeze, think he can't make a move, and then go through life with an attitude, when they're stressed, don't make a move kind of thing, because he's going to refer to the first time. So a famous psychologist in the early 70s has this theory that the baby's first response to trauma, he'll use it again and again throughout life whenever he feels stressed, because it kept him safe kind of thing. And if he's triggered of the past, he'll use the original response to the trauma in the past. So the first prototypic first experience of trauma was, in this example, was he don't make a move, because if he kicks or something, he might be a goner kind of thing. So he kind of froze up like that, terrified, don't make a move kind of thing. And then that was his response, don't make a move. And so then later on, when he feels stress in life, unhappy in a situation or unhappy with his job or work or whatever, or a relationship, that stress triggers the original stress, and the original stress is linked with the original response to that stress, which was don't make a move. So he goes through life with the pattern of, well, don't make a move, just stay, don't decide anything, don't do anything. Because he's going back, he's transferring the past to the present. Okay, he's seeing the present in terms of the past, relating to the past, relying on the past, because the past is considered a case scenario where he never felt safe enough to enjoy the present, love the present, live in the present. He's still stuck in the past with this unresolved, unfinished business with the mother. John Hoff calls like a struggle with the mother, and he can't enjoy the present. A person, in theory, you can't really love life in the present if you didn't get a happy past. If you have a happy past, you can love life in the present. If you had a traumatic past, you don't let go of that, because the condition is to enjoy the present. You need the memories of feeling safe to develop and grow and know your real self, to express your real self. That only takes place if you feel safe. But if the baby doesn't feel safe, he didn't get his needs met, so he's stuck in the past, waiting for his needs to get met kind of thing. And he can't enjoy the present until he gets his needs met. Problem is, there is time goes on, and he's still waiting for mother's love. So he goes through life dwelling in the past, lingering in the past, okay, sees the present in terms of the past. So the past said, well, where's mother's love? Okay, that was missing. Mother scared him and terrified him, all this. Well, wait a minute, he still needs mother's love for his development. So he has arrested development. That's pain, and your real self is fragmented, frozen down a tunnel, like it's separated from you. Now you got this false self to cope with life. So that's the gap between the false self and the real self is pain like that. And John A. Sanford has a book called Healing and Wholeness. Like when you get back your real self, you feel more whole, more connected to yourself. That's the natural state. You're more healed like that. So anyways, the original case scenario in this current example is, John Hoff's example was, he had to freeze up and freeze up his sense of authentic self, in uterus even. So his embodiment, his sense of self, and his golden ball, the feelings, I feel they're friend, all of that inner life, his real self. Okay, the baby does a desperate thing. He puts it all into cold storage. Flash frozen, cold storage. Okay, imagine a woolly mammoth frozen in that block of ice up there in the Arctic tundra or Siberia or wherever it is. Okay, so so sometimes it's called petrification, scared stiff kind of thing. Sometimes it's called turn to stone, the metaphor turn to stone. There's some fairy tales, if there's a character that's a personification of a person's real self, and that character turns to a statue, that's a metaphor that there's trauma, that the real self, the juices can't flow, he's hardened up, doesn't feel alive, and he doesn't feel real anymore. So a variation of this theme is the Velveteen Rabbit. Remember the Velveteen Rabbit saying, oh, what does it mean to feel real and all this? And then the other one was the woodcutter guy who took a block of wood and carved out this little figurine of a boy made out of wood, and it was praying, oh, please let this wooden figurine made boy made out of wood kind of thing, please let him be real, let him come alive or feel alive. Metaphor, we don't feel alive and real. Joseph Campbell said that's the famous mythologist, that's his conclusion of his decades of research, that we're looking to feel real and alive kind of thing, get back our real self kind of thing. So the baby does a desperate thing. He freezes up his real self, puts it in a cold storage, buries it down a tunnel, down a cavern where the light is never shown. Frozen statue somewhere in the unconscious, petrified somewhere, lost somewhere, disassociated. Like the melody above here in the speaker, we all need someone to lean on. Well, the baby didn't have a trusting person to lean on. The baby didn't have that basic trust of the mother. Mother, can I lean on you? Can I trust you? Are you there? Oh, cunning tale. What if the mother has some issues around being a mother at that time in her life? And baby picks it up on her. Mother, I can't rely on you. I can't lean on you. Mother says, sorry, baby, bad timing or something. Them's the breaks. No, mother, please, I need your needs. I need your love. I need a positive relationship with you. I need memories of relating with you in a positive way so I can feel safe. And with the safety I can keep my real self, the gift, the treasure of being human. Everyone has a real self, and it's unique for everybody. It's a miracle, it's a mystery, a delight how everyone has a unique self. The condition is, mother, I need a safety with you. I need a blissful oneness with you for the first 4 to 5 months, and I need you to kind of keep me safe until the age of 3 and support me until the age of 3. So mother, I need what's called a secure attachment style. And oh, cunning tale. What if the mother says, what if some other says, so there's a whole list of things around why a mother might not be emotionally available to meet the baby's needs. Again, what is the baby's primal basic need? Okay, one theory is it's called a secure attachment style, attachment theory. Called paging Dr. Bowlby, one guy says. The baby needs a secure attachment style. This secure, well, that's not it. Oh, that's not lean on me. It sounded like it, didn't it, in the beginning? A secure attachment style. Okay, so that's like a primal basic need for the baby. So this secure attachment, so let's run through it quickly here. I've done it in recent videos. Let me just do an abbreviated version of it this time. Truth is, I'm feeling a little off today. Like I'm feeling kind of badly today. Like some of the news items this morning I saw, gruesome stuff, very sad stuff. I actually felt kind of sad walking over here. I didn't even want to do a video today, to tell you the truth. I was just going to give up on it. And then I could tell because I was feeling irritated easily. I was in a little bad mood today. A really sad news. I don't want to repeat it. It's just really gruesome stuff. It's really there's a real illness out there. That's why not in this video, but I'm working on possibly in the next video. We'll do a video on this whole on a very challenging topic, something we don't have many quotes on, but I feel like I want to better understand it for myself as well. Okay, let's back up. Let's do something more Let's do something more basic here. Okay, we have 10,000 quotes now in our collection, like this. They're pretty short. Most of them are kind of short like this. Sometimes there's like a longer passage or like a little paragraph. So these 10,000 quotes in our collection, I believe, represent the greatest hits of psychoanalysis. Again, that fancy jargon just means know yourself. Know yourself. Find your story. Get back your real self. Your real self, you had it, frozen, get it back. Lost, down in the unconscious forest, well, go into the forest and bring it back. It's dark in the forest, so we need some night vision. These quotes are giving us night vision, a lantern to find our wounded real self and get it back. That's called self-reparenting, or you want to adopt your own exiled, wounded, orphaned self, child, innocence, pure, real you. You want to get it back to yourself, reclaim, reintegrate, re-own. So we had it, we lost it, we want to get it back. Okay, so there's two parts to it in myths and fairy tales. The embodiment part, that's when a character becomes a statue, or when Miss Core, the maiden in the Greek myth, gets pulled down into the underworld, right? Earth opens up, Miss Core gets yanked down into the underworld. In the underworld, like we're pressed down into the under. unconscious, meaning unconscious. So back to the three brains, we have three brains, 1, 2, 3. So it gets pressed down into that earliest first primitive brainstem. So it gets recorded there, it's repressed there. There's a neural circuit there. Memories are relational, and this relational memory is in the survival brain, and there's chemicals that seal it in. And boy, oh boy, it kind of like the person's afraid to know himself, to live in the present. He's stuck in the past. What, does he want to master this, resolve this, get the love that was needed? Where was the love? So he's in this kind of really painful kind of situation. We had a basic trust with the mother shamed him. Okay, whoa. So he felt he's not going to make it. Now he's going to have a constant cry for love. He'll try again and again, endlessly. It's relentless. It's an unreal hope, of course, because past the age 3, nothing past the age 3 can be that mother experience that was needed back in the nursery. So, but that loop is going on. So this is called the cry for love. And in the meantime, the child's going to have a false self, a defensive self, to mask the pain of it. And with the defensive self, search for symbolic mother, or express their anger at not getting mother's love. Okay, and so we'll get to that part in a minute. Well, we've got a lot of material in our collection. I'm kind of excited about all the interesting theories, developmental theory, object relations theory, Edmund Burger's theory, Melanie Klein, Margaret Mahler. There's a lot there. Ogden and Grotstein, and a lot of great analytic authors. Currently, at the moment, we're currently doing a string of videos on Hart's notes. So we've heard of Cole's notes. Well, it turns out I just discovered there's a Hart's notes of psychoanalysis, a massive encyclopedic like collection, 4 volumes, over 1,000 pages. So I'm plucking out what I believe to be the best or the clearest notes of his. So we've done already, I think, 5 videos so far, roughly 20 per video. So 100 plus videos are in it. So this will be the next of Hart's notes, and we'll just continue. I'm thinking there might be about 10 of these videos on Hart's notes. They're just like one-liners. I'm nicknaming them Hart's idbits, like tidbits of the psychoanalysis, idbits. In the comic psychoanalysis, they had a little section there called idbits. Yeah, so 1955, the best introduction to psychoanalysis was this comic. A comic came out in 55 called Psychoanalysis. Every 3 months they put out an issue. It ran for a year, so 4 issues. Still to this day, in my humble opinion, the best introduction to psychoanalysis there is. It got digitized by a company called Dark Horse Publishing, the digital version of it or something, the digital branch of that company or something. You type in psychoanalysis, you can get a digitized copy of that comic. That's an amazing resource. 12 therapy sessions, put it to comic book format. I think the best, hands down, the best introduction to psychoanalysis is that comic, produced by the Shrinks back then, and it was meant to teach psychoanalysis using the comic book format. They talk about the overeater guy, you know, the womanizer guy, and the woman who's self-sabotaging her happiness, self-defeating behavior, social anxiety. Family systems theory about the emotional triangle, scapegoating is in there. Jesus, yeah, separation anxiety, repetition compulsion. It's jam-packed with the basics of psychoanalysis. Dream interpretation is not too bad in there as well. They even try to cover dream interpretation. So and in that comic there was like a little box, like so on the side, called idbits, just little trivia or tidbits about psychoanalysis. So I feel like Hart's notes are kind of like idbits. So I'm nicknaming his thing here Hart's idbits, and we've done about 100 of them so far. Some interesting ones. So we'll get to that in a minute here. Let's go back to something basic here. Okay, so the baby's primal need. We live to the extent that we feel. The child can't know his feelings because he doesn't have his beingness. Okay, the feelings come from the beingness. If this beingness is squelched and turned to stone, petrified, and so on, feeling unreal, like Velveteen Rabbit, wooden or something, it means he can't animate his feelings. The feelings won't be there. So what happens when joy and sadness gets zooped away? When the feeling self gets zooped away, Disney film Inside Out, joy and sadness representing our feelings get zooped away. Then that's the middle brain, the second line consciousness, the second memory system, the chimpanzee brain, the monkey brain. So let's just back up a sec. So this three brains issue is important. So first brain, second brain, third brain, okay, or first mind, second mind, third mind, or first line consciousness, second line consciousness, third line consciousness, first line memory system, second line memory system, third line memory system. So back to the first one. The nickname people give to a nickname for this first line brain is the crocodile brain, the reptile brain, or the salamander brain. Pick your favorite cold-blooded, creature out there. The primitive, just like a snake or whatever. It's just that brain only has sensations. It's visceral, and it only cares about the instinct of survival and reproduction. There's no oxytocin, there's no love or family or affection or play or warmth or tenderness. There's nothing like that. That part of the brain, the automatic nervous system, it's just in relation to the survival side, right? And we have that brain because we're mammals, right? We evolved. So I don't really know too much of evolution, but the theory is that our brains keep adding on top of it. So we still have a residue of that old, ancient kind of mind. And then billions and billions or millions or billions of years of what evolution, okay, we evolved to the mammal, right? To the mammal. So we're mammals, right? Plus the cortex, the human brain. And you have all three. So the middle brain, okay, the second brain, or second line consciousness, that's mainly us. That's the mammal side where the feelings are. That's like the love area, like affection and play and tenderness and trust and generativity and spontaneity and play and warmth and kindness, and the quote-unquote more human side of being human is there. The human side of being human is really from that middle, the mammal, right? Like family, like affection. Okay, and if there's a mistake, you feel badly, you want to make repairs, you want to make amends. Immense gratitude is there. Gratitude is sort of like a sign of the love that's that you receive and give, kind of thing. So this middle brain is that in normal development, okay, the normal state of affairs is that the main animating emotion from our beingness, from our mammal, I feel therefore I am. Okay, so our amness is there, our sense of self is there. The middle brain, it's mostly us, this middle one, this is the second one, right? The main animating emotion is joy, runs the console. Joy can step aside to let sadness run the console, to acknowledge a loss, natural response to loss, sadness, and so on. Okay, and all the ranges of, now this joy and sadness just represent the wide range of feelings that we have, and needed feelings, appropriate feelings, alive, the vibrancy of our feelings, shine, radiant like the sun. So sometimes called the metaphor is the golden ball. So we have the golden ball there. Okay, the radiance and aliveness of our feelings from our beingness. Okay, this joy is the serene, inexhaustible, full of beingness. So we have our beingness. That's our sense of self. That's from the second brain. Okay, now the third brain is just your awareness of it all. Your third brain is just awareness of your sense of self, your consciousness of your second self. So this is sometimes called the quote-unquote more human side of being human. So the Disney film Inside Out shows us these two groupings of feelings. When joy and sadness, they represent the middle brain, the second brain. When joy and sadness got lost, zooped away, right? They went up that tunnel, twirled up that tube, and down into, deep and down into this magical, unconscious world, right? Never land, any kind of magical, kind of wild place. Okay? Like the cat says on Alice in Wonderland, it's mad in there. No logic, no time. Things can flip and morph. It's just wild in there. Right? It's called primary process mentation, pictorial and all this. So joy and sadness are lost there. So our sense of self and our feelings is lost. So when joy and sadness is lost, you see, we want to get it back, kind of thing. And yeah, sure enough, at the end of the film, joy and sadness did come back. So while joy and sadness was away, okay, that's a symptom of trauma, to not be able to mourn, have gratitude or pleasure, or know yourself, enjoy the present. Just be realistic and be connected to yourself, have a sense of your inner home, connected to your real self. See, if you have a real self, you feel real, you feel normal, you feel pleasure, that's the joy. The bluebird of happiness comes from within, Shirley Temple says. So when joy and sadness got zooped away, okay, then that's because this implies that the person's needs for their identity weren't met. So FNN, feelings and needs, right? So if the needs for the person aren't met, okay, well, if they are met, joy is there and so on, right? If the needs for the identity are not met, joy is said to get zooped away. So now the middle brain is out of commission or something, basically. It's there, but it's frozen and so on. So now there's this, the system thinks, oh my God, where is he? He's going to be this false self. Where's his real self? He's going to lose his real self? He's not going to make it, like the baby is going to, like, not going to make it kind of thing. So now there's anger. So now you see fear and anger. So in the Disney film, when joy and sadness got zooped away, okay, that's the feeling spectrum of the middle brain. When that got zooped away, there was like a regression back to the primitive brain, the more archaic spine. They don't even, technically, many shrinks don't even call fear and anger emotions. We generally say, oh, they're feelings and emotions and all, but technically, a lot of people think it's just more visceral, like sensations, like stress and all this. It's like anxiety and panic, and it's more like bodily juices and hormones and things. It's more like in that area. It's like a more biological kind of language. Whereas joy and sadness, it's like the warmth of like the mammal warmth, like a kitten purrs. Like there's a warmth, there's a kind of a radiance somehow like that, right? But when that's flattened or something, then you're back in the revved up area of too much stress. Or sometimes there's like an energy conserving mode called a parasympathetic mode or something. But you're not humming, so you're not. In pop culture, people say, I feel comfortable in my own skin, meaning not in a cynical way of grandiosity, where you feel superior over us. I feel comfortable, not that way. I mean your sense of self in time kind of thing. Not dealing with grandiosity and pride and arrogance, and hate and vindictiveness and envy and greed, not that kind of sense. I'm comfortable because your grandiosity is inflated. If your false self is inflated and you feel comfortable, you're not comfortable in your own skin. You're just addicted to some kind of chemistry and all this. It's not really a real self. But some people think the false self is the real self. Huge confusion, right? So famous shrink said the false self is kind of like temporarily there, maybe to protect the real self. It's not there to replace it. Some people replace it. That's why it's confused like that. So this expression, I think, authentically means there's two ways to understand if someone's comfortable in their own skin. That means they're at home. They have their embodiment, and the quality of the person's temperament is more warm and relaxed and easygoing and friendly and kind. You're not on eggshells around them. Okay, you're not like they're not. These people aren't like demanding something or wanting power over you, or like they're not that kind of thing. They're relaxed in their own skin. They're comfortable with who they are, kind of thing. Okay, so there's a difference between just being centered in yourself and being comfortable with yourself versus the trauma response of regressing to the once upon a time memory that in the uterus the baby was on the throne. Infantile megalomania, grandiosity, glorified self, idealized self, egocentricity, and you revert to that, you regress to that, you take refuge in that and think you're comfortable from there with that illusionary thing. But remember, Narcissus is named after that little white flower. It gives people a dreamy-like thing, so it's not real like that. So people say they're comfortable in their own skin like that way, like Peer Gynt or Narcissus or somebody with a bully pattern, yeah, I go pattern, that arrogant kind of angry pride kind of thing, that false neurotic pride, that's not comfortable in your own skin. So I don't really use that phrase too much. I don't know why it came up just now. But yeah, one shrink used that phrase, but he meant it in a positive way. But I realized when I use that phrase, it's going to get too confused, right? So once again, when joy and sadness got zooped away, the system is angry because the needs weren't met for the identity. No identity. Oh my God. All right. So there's like a survival mode. Now the survival mode, anger comes on the scene. And what's anger all about? Anger says, wait a minute, mother didn't give the baby the needs for the baby or the child. Anger says, I don't like this. Well, come on, mother, change your ways. I'm communicating to you. Fear, maybe it's the cry, maybe the pain and the cry, the fear and the cry, and then that doesn't work. Mother's soul blind, and the baby's screaming and angry and all this. So he ends up with the fantasy that he's got to control the mother now, possess the mother, devour the mother. He's desperate kind of thing. So anger's about this controlling, possessive kind of thing. Because so put it this way: the baby's nursing, and the mother's doing it wrong, and so. If the mother's not meeting the baby's needs, the baby's identity feels rejected. He feels shame. So the shame and anger are kind of linked. So when the mother shames the baby, he's going to be angry. Come on, mother, please change your ways. And he'll end up becoming very aggressive about it. So he might want to bite the nipple or control the breast, or fantasy, devour the breast, control them. That could be like a constant kind of mode. And if the personality is stuck there, they can go through life with a constant attitude of wanting to control every little OCD can be from there, wanting to control every little bully pattern, wanting to control every little thing. They're never comfortable in their own skin, right? They're always searching for power, control, or something. So they see everybody as symbolic breast. They want to control everything, everybody. So that's a sign of trauma. If a personality springs forth around an issue like that, right? So the first debate. Okay, so fear, anger. So let's go back to the Disney film. Fear, anger, disgust. So the baby would like to flee. The stress response is, it's dangerous here. Got to get out of here. Where's the baby gonna go? Where is he gonna? He can't run or anything. So he can't flee. So then the system, the brain sends him more stress hormones to flee more, but he can't flee. The brain sends him more hormones to run, try again, try harder, run, escape, find another mother, find a loving mother, get out of here. She's dangerous. She's not meeting your needs. She's rejecting you. It's not dangerous. It's dangerous here. Get out of here. But the baby can't leave. So finally, the fear hits a wall, a corner, so to speak. So now, oh my God, a very disturbing thing, a very pathological kind of thing. Now he's regressed to the first line consciousness of the anger. So now he's anger's not primary. That's not like a normal thing. Anger is just when the needs aren't met, right? Anger is an expression of when the needs for a secure attachment style are met. No baby expects to be betrayed by his mother, okay, to experience attachment trauma with his mother, or trauma, betrayal trauma. No baby expects that the mother's gonna use them maybe, or not want them or something. No baby expects that. So that's not normal, right? The normal thing is baby comes out, mother's there, and there's a connection is made. Mother loves the baby. It's a natural thing. We see it all over in the mammal world, right? Just generally speaking, even stray cats, find a way to nurse their kittens and things. It's a kind of natural mammal kind of thing. Okay, there are maybe some odd exceptions, but especially in the advanced human realm, every mother's gonna have that mammal intelligent feeling response to make their baby safe and meet the baby's needs, and see the children as people with needs and things. The mother has soul vision and empathy and respect for the baby. Babies are little people, and mother has a delight for this, and that's kind of more active, and she's more conscious of it all. There's no primitive survival issue with the humans like a way it was billions of years ago kind of thing, where some cats maybe abandon a kitten or something. That's different, right? We've evolved billions of years to the cortex, to the human mind, right? To have a conscious recognition of ourselves. The truth is, I'm still having a little lingering leftover feeling from all the news this morning. A lot of sad news this morning. Oh my God. It's really unbelievable. I'm trying not to. So what I'm trying to do is, in the next video, I want to cover a topic that's very difficult. It's out of my zone. I'm not a shrink in all this, right? But maybe it can help. Because I noticed the shrinks even hesitate with this topic, and there isn't much material about it. So I'm sort of digging around trying to find more information about how do people tame their anger, and when, meaning when anger means when the person's not loved. So why are so many mothers not loving their babies? Why are so many mothers shaming and traumatizing their babies? What's going on here? Why are so many babies being betrayed? The greatest hurt of all, mother failed me. Why are so many, it's kind of a surprise to me too, like why are so many mothers so callous and to the way they treat their babies? Well, maybe they're trying to, well, one theory is they're trying to communicate that that's what had happened to them. They're trying to say, look, this is what happened to me. They communicate by their behavior. They show it. They don't say it with words, they just do it. Look what happened to me, world. So they want to show up the mother. Or they want to cry, look what happened to me. They make their own baby cry to say when they were a baby, they were crying. Intergenerational trauma, that kind of thing. So this is some, Berger calls this a negative magic gesture. If the mother, if a mother shames her baby, okay, so that mother identified with the aggressor who shamed her as a baby in a process called repetition compulsion. When a baby's needs don't get met, they're going to cry for love. But but with identification with the aggressor, they don't want to cry anymore for love. They use the baby as a proxy for them and make the baby cry the mother's innocent love. Like when the mother was a baby and she was crying, okay, she'll use her own child for that role, and the mother will play her mother, like the grandmother, sees her own child, i.e. her, through the proxy of the child playing her innocence, seeing the baby cry, okay, in her imagination, that she's still in the past, she's crying. She's identified with the aggressor who shamed her. Repetition compulsion, okay? Mother shamed her, still in a timeless place, okay? All time is that time, but this time the grandchild is playing the mother, and the middle one, the mother, is playing the grandmother, and the grandmother shamed the middle one. New situation, the baby's playing the middle one plays the grandmother, grandmother shamed the middle one, now the middle one, as the grandmother who's shaming herself, shamed, now she's going to shame. In other words, the middle one's going to shame her own child, because the middle one is the grandmother who shamed her, and she sees herself in the proxy of the baby, her own baby, and then shames her own baby, okay? Replaying how the mother shamed her, because she is the shaming mother in a process called identification with the aggressor. This is an important topic. So we have a major chapter. We have 60 chapters here in our collection, 60 e-booklets, 60 topics. One of them is called identification with the aggressor. Very challenging one. A guy named Ferenczi, 100 years ago, talked about it. And in the next video, we'll have a very good quote about it by Elizabeth Howell. I think she offers maybe the clearest understanding of identification with the aggressor. Okay, when the baby, I think something like when the baby's stunned with the mother, like, and the baby's like out of it, and she hurt the baby, and then he's open to suggestion. He's just pure like a blank slate, I guess. He's just like open, so open like that when the mother shames the baby. So now they're one in the beginning. They're always one, right? In the beginning, the baby self-concept is blurred in with the mother concept. So if the mother shames him, and he can't know himself, and he's stunned in all this, he absorbs the mother's attitudes as his attitudes, because the fusion, he's got to have a mother. It's called identification, an approximate way of saying. I think it'll be better explained when I read the quote directly in the next video. Elizabeth Howell, yeah, the author of a very good book called The Dissociative Mind. She and Philip Bromberg sort of cover are the main lead authors on our chapter, a booklet on the topic called disassociation. Mostly the mild, we don't do the over-the-top extreme stuff, just the mild one, like highway hypnosis, that kind of thing. Sleepwalking through life, going through the motions of life, being absent-minded, that kind of disassociation, that kind of middle range like that. Because a lot of people feel like that in life, that they're sleepwalking through life, going in life like in a trance, just going through the motions of life, sleepwalking through life, feeling that they're living the unlived life, the provisional life. That's what she means by the disassociative mind. Fairbairn puts it this way: the more the mother's love is unavailable, the more the baby's like clinging to her. Where's your love? But the mother's hurting him. So, oh my God, there's less of a good mother there. So he's searching harder for her. It's ironic, right? The mother's hurting the baby, and he's going to be tighter. He's going to be more loyal and more attached and more sticky. They call it adhesive identification, like crazy glue identity. They're going to be too stuck like that. And at some point it crosses over identification with the aggressor, where he gives himself up, uses proxies to play him in the future, and he'll play the shaming mother. The mother's mind that shamed him, his mind will be that mind, and that's who he'll be, that mother's mind. He identifies with the aggressor, and he'll go through life shaming others the way his mother shamed him. That's his mind, the mother's mind. So the template is there, the blueprint is laid down, kind of thing. So a basic premise behind a lot of this is a thing called repetition compulsion. When the baby's needs for a secure attachment style don't get met, okay, secure attachment style, reverie, attunement, rhythm of safety, okay, mother's care and tenderness and trust and skin-to-skin contact and natural breastfeeding, loving gaze, and child feeling safe all the time, not being punished or something, or not being forced to try to win her love or something, just unconditional love, and child feels safe and it can grow in that warm love soil, right, kind of thing. So the child needs a secure attachment style. Okay, another backup. So earlier in the video I mentioned there were 5 parts to the secure attachment style. The first part is the paradise in uterus. Baby needs a paradise. Oh, hold on a second, the battery's holding up this time. Alright, good, okay. I've been having I reset it this time, now it's working. Past couple of videos, I learned something. If I don't reset the phone when I start this video, it doesn't, I have battery problems. The 5 parts of the secure attachment style. Okay, so the first part is covered to a fair degree by a guy named Arthur Janoff, and we just completed 26 videos of his work, beginning with 2745 up to ending in 2770, 26 videos. So if you go to those videos, you click the more link, you'll get the quotes. So roughly 300 quotes. So I think I plugged out the best 300 quotes from Janoff's material, which I was able to access. Right? And embedded in his material, just part of it, is this emphasis of how important it is for the baby to have this welcoming paradise in uterus. So, like for example, if the mother smokes, the child's not going to get enough oxygen. Apparently the vein in the cord that sends oxygen to the baby constricts. And plus, whatever oxygen is going on within the mother, it's going to be used to deal with the nicotine and the tar, and there'll be less supply for the baby. And with that less supply, plus with the constriction of the vein that sends oxygen, the child's suffocating. So that's called child abuse in the womb. Child abuse in the womb. Some mothers are unknowingly abusing their children while they're in the womb. Right? Likewise with drinking and too much caffeine and wine and arguing and pills and meds and things, all that stuff. So the baby needs a welcoming womb. And there's a lot of good quotes by Janoff in this area. So let's not do it here for the time being. So we talk about the sea monster issue and the music and yeah. So that was covered in recent videos. I can't cover it all in one video. There's so much great material. 10,000. It's hard to summarize 10,000 quotes in one video. I'd love to magically be able to kind of jam it in, get a nice, delicious protein bar, nutritious, where it's almost like a poem or something, no wasted words or something. Maybe unknowingly, I'm trying to move towards creating a 5-hour poem with no anxiety, delivered calmly, with no ums and ahs and gaps and stops and starts, smoothly delivered, and every word is helpful. Every sentence, every phrase is helpful. You know, like you take a poem like Emily Dickinson's poem about trauma. Okay, there's a pain so utter, it swallows substance up, and then the child goes in a swoon, something like that. So already you get a glimpse, right? There's a pain so utter. That's very poetic, right? It swallows substance up. Like the first 2 lines already, it's kind of poetic, right? So when the baby's traumatized, that's a pain so utter. It swallows substance up. So his embodiment gets pressed down. So the image is like it swallows it up. And the earth opens up, and this cord gets swallowed up, so to speak. So it gets pressed. That's called repression. So the image is repression. Okay, it's a memory experience which you're not going to know, but it's remembered in your brain. That's what repression means, right? Something happens to you and you don't know what it was. That's called it was repressed. The event was repressed. The knowledge of the event, the emotions, everything fragmented, compartmentalized, disassociated, flip-flop, out of swollen. It's all repressed, so you don't know it. And then you create excuses to, oh, this melody again. It's a very familiar melody, isn't it? It's from some kind of a it's very familiar. Everybody knows this melody, right? Is it from some old TV show or something? From the 70s or something? Or from a film? It's from a film, right? It's from a soundtrack, movie soundtrack. From some sappy love story. Or maybe it's from the movie Love Story. My last video wasn't bad, one of the better ones, the last one. If this video isn't too interesting, check out the last one, titled 2780. We did some heart notes there. I had some guava juice, some caffeine, I was in a good mood. I thought that was a better video. That was one of the better ones. As I'm speaking in this video, my mind is off on other thoughts, like the news items, and it's like a part of me doesn't want to talk in this video today because I got emotions connected to some of the sad news items. It's like I'm betraying myself, like a little bit. At the same time, I don't know how to process it if I talk here now about it. It just opens up so much. Let me just put it this way, as a partial reference to it. Some people, when there's a loss, like when there's a loss in their life, okay, and there's a thing called complicated grief. There's a pain around the loss, okay, but they can't admit it, because to admit loss, the person needs a certain psychic structure, a certain, like mind, or a kind of, a mind where the person has some identity. It's called differentiation from the mother. Okay, when the baby feels safe, he can differentiate from the mother. He can have a self-identity. With the self-identity, there's an amness, there's the feelings, and joy, sadness can come on the console. So if there is a loss, sadness can be at the console. So if somebody experiences a major loss in their family or something like that, right? And or like the head of something or whatever, and all the employees or something depended on them as a parental figure or something, and the employees they don't talk about it, they keep silent, but there's a pain there. Now, that's a defense mechanism to deal with the pain. Right? So, in normal development, in normal life, when there's a loss, people say, that was a loss. Okay, the verdict of reality is this verdict of reality that makes the work of mourning so difficult, says John Steiner, and a guy named, the author of the book Wisdom of the Ego, he makes the point that mourning is about remembering, more about remembering than just saying, oh, forget it, didn't happen, move on, forget it, get over it. It's about remembering, so that means you acknowledge, you admit the thing. You don't just brush it off. So the usual mechanism is called denial, contempt, and sour grapes. Didn't eat them anyways, Pyrrhic victory. So because the Pyrrhic victory is you preserved your self-sufficient superiority complex that you had in the uterus when you were on the throne. So you reverted to that. That's a Pyrrhic victory. And then the other one is diminished, devalued, who cares, didn't eat them anyways. They call that a Pyrrhic victory. That's just a trick. That doesn't. You're still in denial. There's still a pain there. Okay, so that's maybe one. That's part of the defense mechanism. Just say didn't. But it was important to them. It was important to them. That parental figure was that connection to them, kind of thing. So that's not going to be enough to deal with it usually. Okay, so if there's a major loss out there or whatever. And let's just say like okay, I see like just imagine some restaurant, just imagine some beloved restaurant somewhere, and they were like one family or something, and they all worked together like one family. Maybe it was a co-op, maybe it was like a co-op restaurant or something, and it was like oh, let's do the Kingfish thing. Should we do the Kingfish? The Amos and Andy show, the Kingfish guy. He was the head of the lodge, like the grand poobah of the lodge kind of thing. You get the idea, right? If somebody, if people have a connection to someone, and that person is lost, normally you want to go through some kind of grieving ritual process, funeral process or something, but you want not just go through the motions of it. It needs to be like a felt experience where people are weeping and crying and admitting and talking about it. And some cultures have grief processes that last for like 10 days or something, you know, to really admit it, kind of thing. You need support. You gotta feel safe. But the basic theory is that the psychic structure needed to mourn is differentiation, a sense of self. With a sense of self, that's like a floor for sadness to stand on. If there's no floor and you're supposed to have sadness there, and there's no floor, whoop, you just zoop around again. The sadness has to have some grip. It's got to have a floor to stand on, right? So, but that's called differentiation. A sense of self is the ground for sadness to stand on. So sadness is like a ground, like a land, okay, like a homeland, like a psychic house, like a connection to yourself. So if that's missing, because all you have is the false self, right? Like a coping strategy personality to deal with the pain of not having a real self. So if a person lives with the false self and there is a loss in their life, they can't mourn it. So the general terminology is pathological nostalgia, complicated grief, aggravated grief, the derailment of the grief process. And there's going to be a lot of anger around this because you can't feel the sadness. You can't feel the sadness of the loss. So because your identity's not there, and sadness links to your identity, and you don't have your identity, if you don't have your true identity, and you need it for sadness, then anger's on the scene. So anger is going to be mainly there. So the first thing anger will do is the sour grape. Didn't eat them anyways, contempt. That's part of it. Maybe that's enough in some cases. They'll just, yeah, they were no good anyways. Didn't eat them anyways. Maybe in many cases that's enough. But let's say the restaurant has like 10,000 employees or something, like a massive thing. That's more than a restaurant. Let's say it's let's call it a large family business with 10,000 employees or something. I'm not thinking of a good example here. Let's imagine some fictional ice cream company, and it's a happy company, and they all have shares in it. It's like a co-op kind of thing. They're all one big family, and they have family picnics and all this. And they're all dependent on it. And the whole town, every member of the town, they all work for this big ice cream family factory. So it's very important, right? It's a whole life kind of thing. And let's say the head of it all kind of thing, the father figure of it all, passed away or something. So they'll keep quiet about it maybe, or just go through the motions kind of thing. But meanwhile, there's a pressure cooker going on. Now remember, pressure, the pain, okay, the tension is because the person can't feel. Now once again, when people don't feel, there's a pain around not feeling. If that pain energy, it's called the energy of the pain of not feeling. It's like a steam pressure cooker. Then there's a lot of tension there. So those 10,000 people might have a lot of tension in that company. It's kind of seething, it's passive aggressive, no one wants to talk about it, no one wants to really cry in front of each other. They're close but not that close, and plus they don't have the psychic structure to say that was a loss. Gee, that's too bad, he was a nice guy or something, treated us well, yeah, well, them's the breaks. And they kind of just be some cliches, maybe a few little cliches or some little obligatory kind of behavior or something, but they don't really get into it kind of thing. And they don't link the loss of the father figure in the company to any of their old losses in their childhood kind of thing. Because the loss in the present can trigger older losses which you didn't mourn. And that's really what the mourning is about, to trigger the loss of not getting mother's love. So the loss of the father figure in the company can trigger the loss of not having a loving mother kind of thing. So that's a deeper kind of thing. So you don't want to admit the loss of the person in the present, because to do so, it would link you to the loss of not having a proper motherly loving experience back in the nursery. It's very complicated, a lot of steam now, right? So the loss in the present is going to trigger the past pain. Okay, so now you got the two pains, right? The minor pain in the present, linking the major pain in the past. Now a lot of tension. Again, no one's feeling because no identity, right? So all this tension is kind of pressure cooker. Now imagine 10,000 people with this kind of pressure cooker phenomena, right? And most of them, and let's just assume it was an old style kind of place where babies were, not held and loved, and forceps and epidurals and birth traumas and procedure removed from the mother. And let's say there was a kind of old, cruel way of child rearing taking place, so no babies were loved kind of thing. So a lot of dependency on the second attachment. So the father figure of the ice cream company is gone. You don't want to admit the loss, because you're really going to admit the loss of not having a loving mother in the nursery, a mother who betrayed them as a baby. So there's a lot of pain going on, right? So this pain is going to be bottled up, like pressure cooker phenomena. So that's like steam kind of thing. Now, when an individual has a lot of tension, they always want to go around blowing off steam. That's not healing. Okay, blowing off steam is not feeling. Blowing off steam is just blowing off the tension of not feeling, the pain of not feeling. Because they can't feel, they don't feel, there's the pain and the tension of it, so they blow off steam. And they got to do it again and again. They go through like blowing off steam all the time. They're not comfortable in their own skin when they're doing that. But the moment they discharge some tension, they may feel a little relief by that. But that's not feeling. So in real healing, there's a genuine catharsis where you link memory and feeling and have a belated understanding of the trauma, a belated now understanding of the trauma. And with the current understanding, you need your third brain for that. So that's why we're strengthening the ego to give the scarecrow a brain, weave a basket of knowledge that sets. Psychoanalysis looks for an egg in a basket that's missing. So we need first a basket to get the new potential of the egg, right? So so there's a difference between a genuine catharsis, a genuine release of feeling, when you're conscious of a past trauma memory, you understand it, and the bottled feeling and the pain around it, and you link to that pain, that unlived pain, or unexpressed pain of the memories. You got to link memory and feeling with your consciousness and have a belated understanding. Oh, now I know what's going on. Oh, I see that happen. Now I'm aware of it. and I didn't feel it. Now there can be like some kind of release, an emotional release like that to your consciousness, which integrates. You make the unconscious conscious. Where it was, ego shall be. Hermes flies across, a bird flies across, a messenger flies across. You're going to make the unconscious conscious, right? So that's what we're trying to do here, is make the unconscious conscious. Now, blowing off steam means there's something unconscious and you're never making it conscious, so you're blowing off steam, but you're not knowing what's like a negative reaction or a failed catharsis or incomplete kind of thing. There's a difference. So we recently did 3 videos on this issue of the difference between a genuine catharsis, like a healing catharsis, feeling is healing catharsis, what we're looking for kind of thing. John calls it a primal healing thing. Versus just like what actors do, a show of feelings, like sham feelings, or blowing off steam, like sham feelings, or pretending you have these feelings, thinking you should have these feelings, pretending you have these feelings, or acting like someone who has feelings that you are supposed to have but don't have, but see it in them, pretend to be them. There's all the sham stuff. There's a difference between the sham expression of feelings and blowing off steam is included in that area versus the genuine relief. It's always a relief to feel your real feeling. There's like a real relief like that, like a real tension in the body goes down. The voice is connected to the body more. John, I've had the example of a guy who had this tone of voice that was always coercing people in a hypnotic, suggestive, demanding, subtle, hostile tone, demanding and expecting. You look, quote unquote, you look at me kind of thing. And the guy didn't look at him, he shouted, you look at me, like this. He had this kind of tone where it was like a hypnotic demand. He accentuated certain tones. He kind of knew intuitively how to speak to grab someone's attention, to make them look at them kind of thing. And he was always dependent on this unmet fusion, unmet oneness kind of thing. And having this unconditional fusion, some people might call them energy suckers or something like that. Vampires or whatever. He always had this demand because he didn't get the oneness with the mother. That person did not get the blissful oneness with the mother, the blissful oneness. So they go through life trying to coerce it in others. So he had a certain tone and a way of speaking to that effect. When he did the catharsis, his voice was calmer. It was more from his body. It was friendlier. He looked more relaxed, easygoing. It was a huge relief. You could see the difference, he said. So that's in one of the case studies in Janov's material. And there was even a second guy who had like a booming, controlling voice. Like, you must listen to me, like this demanding kind of voice. It also had that fearful tone of devouring, controlling tone. When he did the primal, likewise, he had a friendlier, a warmer kind of connection to himself. So we have a thing, one of our chapters is called Complicated Grief. And so when the baby's in a blissful oneness with the mother, when he feels safe and gets his needs met, at the age of 4 to 5 months, he can hatch out a self-concept out of the blurredness of the mother-infant dual unity. So there's this blissful oneness. Out of that blissful oneness, a self that's in it can hatch out. Now this hatching out starts at 4 to 5 months. It's gradual up until the age of 3, psychological birth, age of 3 ballpark construct. So first, for the baby to hatch out of this egg, metaphorical egg, there's got to be an egg. What is this egg? Okay, this egg is called a blissful oneness, stage of symbiosis, merging, fusion, undifferentiation, mother-infant dual unity, where the baby's in a blissful oneness, and he feels happy, he feels one with the powerful mother. He thinks the powerful mother is maybe him, or just there to serve him, and he's in a oneness kind of feeling. Very safe, very powerful, very alive, very happy, Garden of Eden, Shambhala, Shangri-La. Okay, so he had it in the uterus, and it's meant to continue for the first 4 to 5 months. So let's go back to the 5 parts of the secure attachment stock. That's assuming he had paradise in the uterus. Okay, the unico mystica, one with the big mystery. Okay, Jeanette Paris says he's on the throne, infantile omnipotence, unconditional hallucinatory omnipotence. His needs met automatically. Okay, food gets sent on automatically. The baby's, the waste elimination spiral up the other 2 veins, helixly up to the placenta, which take care of everything. everything's smooth, rhythmic flows. He's in the amniotic sac, eyes are closed, water world, relaxed, floating, has his authentic self. Assuming he wasn't shock traumatized at some kind of prior place in the prenatal time and just going through the motions. Assuming he didn't experience prenatal trauma or is experiencing prenatal distress syndrome. Assuming he's in paradise, he's got his authentic self, his feelings, joy runs the console, is pleasurable, he's one with the big power. Okay, Robert Bly jokes he's in ecstasy, it's this blissful kind of feeling. Okay, again, he's in a state of fusion, so he doesn't know where he begins and ends, where the mother begins and doesn't understand that there's like a separate mother. He thinks it's only him in there. So as he might think, like, is he like the whole universe? Is it all just him? Solipsism? Is everything just him? Is everything just all about him? You sound familiar with narcissism? Or, it's like these guys pass by here. Yeah, this is a good time to do these videos, sort of mid-afternoon like this. Yeah, if there's a function, I can't do it. Whenever there's like a party or a function of some type, I can't do it. Plus the staff are very busy preparing for everything whenever there's an event. They got 2 floors of events above me. Actually, there is something going on in one of the floors. So again, water world, blissful feeling, okay, hence the joke. We spend the first 9 months of life trying to get out of the womb and the rest of our life trying to get back in. Just a joke about the happy paradisical place, safe, happy paradise. He has his feelings, he's alive, joy runs the console, and he's a little god. He thinks he's the whole thing, or maybe he might think he's the center of the universe and the purpose of the universe is just to serve him. Hence the idea of him being on the throne, His Majesty the baby, one guy called her, a famous guy called her. So he's powerful, he's on the throne, it's all about him, everything's for him, everything takes care of him, it's only about him. He doesn't have to say thanks, he doesn't have to give anything, he doesn't have to care, like he's in a utilitarian kind of mode where he's just being fed, he doesn't have to return anything, he's sort of in the feeding, so-called oral phase, just things are just kind of being given to him and he's kind of taking in. He's just incorporating what's happening. Just the basic natural kind of feeding kind of place, right? So now when he makes, okay, let's just assuming he has his paradise, his Garden of Eden, Shambhala, Shangri-La, etc. Assuming he has that, okay, and mother didn't smoke or drink or all these things. Assuming he has that, okay. Part 2 of the 5 is a natural birth. The baby needs a natural birth. There's a whole body of material just on this second point about the natural. Le Boyer, the famous guy called Le Boyer, 1975 famous book called Birth Without Violence. Very important. And there's a lot that mothers can do. There's a lot that mothers can do to maximize the odds of the baby getting a natural birth. Because we don't want the baby traumatized at birth. Because he'll freeze up inside and go through the motions of life and develop an angry personality called one of the stinger personality patterns. He'll be very envious and greedy all of his life. So we don't want the baby traumatized at birth, or let alone before birth. So, okay, part of it is Klaus and Kennel. They emphasize the time sensitivity at birth, that the mother produces lots of hormones to help the baby attach with the hormones, the love bonding hormones. It's not only for the baby to feel that oneness. Okay, so what's trying to take place here is that the baby needs an extended, blissful oneness with the mother. A blissful. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm not on a spaceship. By the way, it just looks like. The baby needs a blissful oneness. So, to get this blissful oneness, he's not going to get it if he's birth traumatized. If he's traumatized at birth with procedures and and rubber nipples and plastic bottles and being removed from the mother, oh boy. Okay, or separating the cord and placenta from the baby, oh boy. If he's removed, put in another room, put on a scale, oh boy. He lost his mother, he freezes up inside. He'll freeze up inside. Remember, the baby doesn't know time. If you remove the baby from the mother by removing the cord or the baby from the room, oh my God, poof, there's no mother. He's not going to make it. So his inner life will be frozen. Metaphorically, it's not totally gone or something. I don't like Leonard Schenkel's term for it. It's too dramatic, but it does kind of, maybe it is more accurate in a way. Leonard Schenkel has a famous book about this. So it's a real just the real damage. The wreckage is with. Emily Dickinson calls it the wreckage within. Baby had a great hope. A great hope fell. You heard no noise. The wreckage was within. O cunning tale that let no witness in. So you leave the cord. You leave the placenta. The cord's still pulsating, still sending him food, oxygen, nutrients in the veins of the cord. The placenta belongs to the baby. The cord and the placenta are like part of the baby. It's from the baby. It's part of the whole baby's biology, this whole system. Leave it alone, for Pete's sake. Okay, it's called a natural lotus birth. So a very powerful image is the lotus flower, the beautiful lotus flower. You got the flower on the water, the stem in the pod. Keep that image in mind for the baby. Baby, cord, placenta, lotus birth. Leave it all there. Okay. So all the more reason to leave it there if there are little complications at birth, because he needs all the support, all the help he can get. So leave it there. Okay. You hand the baby to the mother's bosom. Okay. And skin-to-skin contact. Don't wash the baby. Don't remove the baby. Don't put him away. Forget about the scale. Don't put him in another room. Don't betray him like that. Don't traumatize him like that. That's the thing. Like, why are so many babies being traumatized? Why are so many mothers? You know, the role of the father, I think, at this time, at this stage, is if the gynecologist is just doing some kind of mechanical routine in this thing, the role of the father is say, no way, buddy. You hand the baby directly to the mother. Don't remove. No, leave the cord. Leave the cord. He'll do what he's got to do. He'll do what he has to. The father should do what he has to do. Procedures, no. A hospital procedure is the rule. It's the law. I have to cut the cord. Oh no. No, that's nonsense. No judge would support that, I think. So just leave the cord, leave the placenta, hand the baby, or he'll push him. I'll do it then if you're not going to cooperate. The father's got to protect this. The role of the father is to protect the sacredness of the mother-infant dual unity. That's something the father can do in the delivery room to make sure some angry, rude, impatient, 5 o'clock, I want to go home, induce the labor, get out of here, give me the forceps, yank him out. Like this violent so we want birth without violence. The Boyer's famous book, Without Violence. So the role of the father is to help make sure there's no violence in the birth. So leave the cord, leave the placenta, leave the smells. Okay, people, leave the muck, leave the smells, leave the pus or leave whatever is there. Just hand the baby directly to the mother. Leave the mess. It's okay. Because a lot of the smell actually is the oxytocin and the bonding hormones. And so don't like remove the baby and then separate the cord from him and wash him, wrap him in a towel or something. Oh, but why are you traumatizing a baby like this? For billions of years, mothers would just scoop the baby to them and nurse it, and everything, all is good. So hand the baby to the mother directly, put him on the front, the bosom, skin to skin, no towel, meaning the room is warm, heat lamp in a distance, no shocking bright lights. That's the UFO thing. One lady said she had this burning obsession with UFOs that would shine these bright lights. It came from the time when she was born, and there were lights in the room burning down on the baby, like right in his eyes like that. And she was kind of stunned by this. So she had this fascination with trying to understand what it was. Okay, that's just sort of a side point, just sort of a side speculation at one point. Okay, anyways, yeah. So once again, my disclaimer, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a midwife, I'm not a doula, I'm not a nutritionist, I'm not a gynecologist, so keep that in mind. I'm just sharing these, we're trying to discuss and brainstorm and share ideas and pass it, discuss. These quotes are theories, ballpark approximations, invitations for mutual exploration. Each person's got to be their own detective, psychological detective. Okay, each person's got to weave their own basket. Okay, each person has to give their own scarecrow within a brain. Okay, in trauma, you got the scarecrow image. He needs a brain. We give him a brain first, and then the Tin Man will get the heart, and the lion will get his embodiment, kind of thing. So first, yeah, again, I'm not a doctor on all this, but I just noticed on YouTube there's a therapist giving advice to women about the pros and cons of different positions that women can take when they're delivering. So she was just letting others decide for themselves. She was just saying the pros and cons of these various positions and all this. And I remember her saying that some positions might be helpful, might be more helpful because they allow more, they create more space for the baby, and they allow the mother an opportunity to maybe tilt the tailbone back a little bit, thus creating even more space. Plus the position is in sync with gravity, which is in sync with the contractions which push the baby from the back to the front. Little gravity, little contractions, gravity, space, tailbone back, maximum pelvic open, and then the mother can scoop the baby up to the front, kind of thing. So she suggested the way it's done now, it's the worst. It's going to maybe many babies are being hurt by the way it's being done currently with the syrups and all this kind of thing, because you're taking away the gravity factor, you're taking away the opportunity for the mother to tilt the bone, plus you're taking away the opportunity for mother to create that extra space the babies need. So she has one version that kind of it's a kind of squat-like position, not exactly. So I don't know the full story, so I'll just pause it there. Each person can do some research. I think women need to look this stuff up, and because birthing is not supposed to be painful. And one quote about the pain part of it is that the mothers are just all scared about it, so they clench up out of their fear. One mother wasn't ready to be a baby. Ironically, baby, and the baby's the mother. One mother wasn't ready to be, maybe that mother as a baby wasn't ready to be a baby as well, right? Jesus Christ. Okay, so one mother wasn't ready to be a mother, so she clenched up and tightened, and the baby was coming out while the mother's tightening, and baby's trying to contract and come out. So there's like a pain by this. So then she takes an epidural, massive anesthesia. Okay, whoa, the baby's brain was flooded with the numbing of the mother's anesthesia, and that went into the baby's brain, and It's set a pattern in the baby. It set a pattern in him that whenever he went through life and tried something, he would give up easily. So baby's doing his thing, coming out of the canal, whoosh. Okay, he's blankly drunk, kind of thing. Okay, because the mother took an epidural. So the pattern was when he felt stress in life, when he tried to do something for himself, like he originally did. Okay, it triggered that time of when he originally tried to do his thing, coming out of the canal. And the first experience of that was the whoosh, the brain, the mother taking the anesthesia went to the baby. So in the present, when the baby tries to do something, take some initiative, his brain would release endorphins, and the child will go, I give up, I don't understand, I can't think clearly, I don't know, I can't do this. Because the baby wasn't allowed to continue in his journey, kind of thing. He was interrupted with mother's confusion and all this. Okay, again with Klaus and Kennel, they emphasize the huge time sensitivity of it all. It's a specific, very time-sensitive moment when the baby's being born, because that's that moment when the mother produces all the bonding hormones, right? The attachment hormones. So if you remove the baby for a while, and then the mother's hormones are going to start dissipating. Now she's kind of like in a loss mode, right? Like when when couples break up, they're kind of in a sad mode. So the mother's kind of in a sad mode because she had the whole love mode up with the hormones. Now those hormones are going away, so she's kind of in a sad mode. And then Klaus and Kenna was saying, then you hand the baby back. If the baby's then handed back while she's deactivating your attachment system, and the baby's there for the attachment. The mother might, oh, hi, baby. Well, but the hormones say, back off, you're interrupting me. The baby felt rejected. Who's this stranger? Who's this creature? Who's this woman? First, he was betrayed because he was removed, abandoned. Okay, so first he lost his mother, so he froze up inside. Okay. And then he's enraged at this. And then he's handed to this mother who rejects him again. So double rejection. The baby creates an image of the mother in his brain called the imago. The mother imago is a frightening guy with the horns, monster, demon, creature, okay, the Cyclops character, any voracious, dangerous kind of image. The baby's enraged at this, at something that caused all of this pain in him, creates some image of some frightening thing. It takes an infinite variety of forms. In myth and fairy tale, if there's any kind of monster kind of character who's hurtful, okay, like in the White Bear King Valamon, it was the Boar Queen, right? So part of this image is that the baby's enraged. He projects his rage onto the mother. So you got the bad breast image. He's enraged, so his rage goes to the image of the mother. Mother's has all the power, so the grand power of the mother, 20 times bigger than the baby, is enraged. Baby's in oral greed, is in oral mode, turns into oral greed. Okay, now the monster image is a hungry wolf, like a hungry wolf. Baby felt like a hungry wolf, can't know it, so sees the mother like that, but the mother's 10 times bigger than him, so now he sees like a Cyclops character. Okay, and the Boar Queen was gobbling men up and used their bones as toothpicks. A very, very graphic image, a very clear graphic image by the storytellers to talk about the imago the baby creates in his mind when he's betrayed by the mother. Baby's betrayed by the mother, he'll see the mother as a Boar Queen, like a monster like that. It's called Alice in Wonderland. This is a fairy tale world. Doing okay here. Yeah, it's actually a Saturday here, so I'm kind of pressed up. Might be. I won't really be able to go to any other venues around here if there are parties this near me or something. So let's see. Let's check the battery. Hold on a second. Battery's holding up this time. All right. Hold on a second. And the chance for the baby freezing up at birth is he's more susceptible or more vulnerable to that happening if he's stressed out in the uterus. All the more reason to give the baby the resource and the strength to deal with that huge transition from the water world to the land world. Huge transition, whole new world, right? Huge transition. So give him all the resources. So Janov says, if the mother's going to do one thing, let the baby have his paradise. Give him all the strength and resource to deal with that canal birthing kind of thing. Don't make him so weak and wounded and traumatized in the uterus when he's trying to come out. All that stress of the birth canal time and epidurals and forceps and being removed, and okay, he's gonna freeze up inside. He'll develop a personality scaffolding system called the false self. So it'll based on various defense mechanisms, operations of the mind, maneuvers of the mind, goes to life with an outer focus, thinking somebody, feeling entitled, somebody, injustice collecting, grievance collecting, greed, envy, spite, vindictiveness, schadenfreude, inability to mourn, camps, joy, sadness is not at the console, a lot of scapegoating going on, a huge survival mentality kind of mode. So that's his scaffolding of defense mechanisms. Because he's searching for symbolic mother, at the same time he's expressing his anger, not getting mother's love by shaming others the way his mother shamed him, telling the world how his mother shamed him, living in the past, dwelling in the past, not living life in the present. And the pain of that, a lot of tension leads to the steam effect, so he's blowing off steam all the time, searching for a Pyrrhic victory of playing infantile God, rejects his humanness, let others be proxies for his humanness, and then shames others, meaning shaming the proxy, which is him, because the mother shamed him. So you got a mess like this. Oh, cunning tale that let no witness in. So once again, when the baby is traumatized, if the baby is traumatized, he's not going to know it. That's the scarecrow. He's not going to love life. That's the Tin Man. Okay, missing a heart, love. He's not going to love life, right? And not going to have a pathless heart, or feel love, gratitude, anything with love. It's missing, right? Tin Man had no heart. Remember, missing the heart. And the Tin Man and the Cowardly Lion is the disembodiment of it all. So the scarecrow and the Tin Man being like that means the person is going to feel disembodied. That's like a fairy tale. Fairy tales are like dreams. They're metaphors for one mind. Every character is an aspect of one mind, not separate outer things. So Dorothy's like a part of the mind that's trying to line things up, trying to heal things. Dorothy's like the natural drive for healing, this constant innate drive for healing. But Dorothy's like that positive force of it. We can even say, I'm thinking maybe we can say Dorothy's like the positive, healthy ego that the person has, and the damaged ego is the scarecrow. So first things first, if we're gonna be like Dorothy, we recognize that we feel disembodied. Kristen Wilson says, if you're not in your body, you're not making sense, literally. And then it's disembodied discourse that causes all these confusions and problems and anger responses and impulsive, aggressive responses and PTSD. So recognize if you're not in your body, you don't have warmth, you don't feel at home within because of all the huge trauma that took place, and that you're not loving life. That's the Tin Man. So everything's love or a cry for love. So normal development, the child gets a consciousness of his uniqueness, expresses his uniqueness, and joy runs the console, and there's a delight and a love of life and a pleasure and meaning. People think that's meaning when you express your uniqueness and shine your uniqueness, express your uniqueness from we're all unique, so everyone has a little uniqueness. When you touch with it and you express that, there's a pleasure in being yourself like that. That's your individuation, they call it. So that's loving life, in other words. So that's there with the conscious ego. Remember the scarecrow, that's the ego that's still submerged and frazzled up. So the person not loving life. So first things first, fix the scarecrow. Give the scarecrow a brain. Give the scarecrow a brain. Okay, we can transfer the scarecrow image to the children's story. We want the straw house to become a brick house. With the brick house, that's a firm ego, which recognizes that the hungry wolf is just a made-up image. It's an imago. The imago means that he was traumatized. Once he realizes that, the wolf image disappears, and he can have his embodiment. So you gotta get the straw house to the brick house. So this is an attempt to upgrade the straw house to a brick house, to give the scarecrow a brain. Okay, weave a basket for the egg. Kind of. Now, so it's very gentle. You don't like try to fix we have one quote that said, be like the Tin Man and search for your heart. Okay, well, be careful. It sounds okay, but first you gotta find the brain. That's the basket. Then your feelings come back. You can't bypass your consciousness. A lot of these magical thinking, new age, self-help kind of scams and gimmicks, they don't teach you anything. They just make you beat the pillow or do some exercise or something. It's not going to work without consciousness. You need a blatant understanding of it all. You need a consciousness of what's going on. You got to make the unconscious conscious. Self-help scams, forget about consciousness. You can do some magical thing. Just ring the bell or something. Tinkle the, what do you call it? A trinket or something, like a crystal or something. Just do some little magical thinking gesture, right? Infantile. All they're doing is preserving your infantile megalomania with your magical thinking. Do some magical little thing. Oh, I feel important. Or I feel better. Oh, that's how they make their money. Just keeping you infantile with your infantile thinking. So a lot of the self-help stuff. Yeah, I'm hoping in the future to do some quotes in this area about the new age thinking idea. So again, with trauma, the baby is taking refuge in that old, once upon a time, archaic, imagining that he was on the throne. Okay, and then you search for that. New Age thinking is kind of to preserve that. Cynicism preserves it. You know, anything that makes you feel one up and your own no goodness, others can have it, so you're no good. If he says you're no good, he means himself. But he plays the mother who shamed him. So he says you're no good the way his mother told him he was no good. So he's one with the mother who did that. That's him having the mother. Okay? And he denies his humanness, the quote-unquote more human side of being human by shaming the proxy of him. And he plays the mother who shamed him. That's his attachment to the mother. Now, part B of that is he infuses in his identity as being on the throne that he was on the uterus. You know, recently I did a video, actually I think it was here, was it? Or at the other, at the Swan place. I spent like an hour just on this whole infantile megalomania point. That's a really important point, this constant. Like cynicism gratifies infantile megalomania. Anytime you say you're self-sufficient, superior, and others are no good, every time you do that, you're shaming yourself because your mother shamed you and you become her who shames yourself. So you shame your mother shames. It's fusion, right? Baby and the mother are fused, it's one. But there's still two in there. Memories are relational. The baby was the passive, helpless, powerless victim who was shamed by the aggressive, active, aggressive mother for whatever reason. And amplified by the baby's projections in the imago. So the mother's the aggressive, the baby's the victim. But it's still all one like that. If the mother shames the baby, gaslights the baby, double binds the baby again and again and again, shames the baby again and again, misattuned, malattuned, resentful, uses the baby to maybe she thinks she can brainwash the baby to take care of her. Maybe she felt entitled to have somebody take care of her for a change. Okay, old cunning tale. Maybe she thinks the baby interrupted her career or something. Maybe she resents the idea of giving love when she herself never received it. Old cunning tale. Or maybe the baby's crying, she thinks the mother refuses her, doesn't like her. Now she's attacking her mother, the baby standing in for the rejecting, oh cunning tale. There's a lot going on in this area. I'm kind of surprised at the long list of ways mothers can traumatize their babies. It's quite remarkable. So mothers are just communicating that that's what had happened to her. Intergenerational trauma, the transmission of intergenerational trauma. When mothers traumatize their babies, they're trying to say that that's what happened to them, that they were traumatized, but they don't know it. The only way to know it is to act it somehow, to communicate it somehow. So when you don't remember, you act it, like you repeat it in your behavior. If you know the story and you feel it, then you stop repeating, kind of thing. A famous line, right? Either we repeat and don't remember, or remember and stop repeating. I'm just looking at the ads on the SkyTrain. I have a fantasy on that. One of the ads in the SkyTrain, it says, "Be your own, know yourself." It says, "Know yourself, find yourself, find your real self, find your real self." How's that? Find your real self. www.buymeacoffee.com/psychoanalysis. Work in progress. Let's back up a sec to the 5 parts of the secure attachment style, and then I'll pick up back on identification with the aggressor. So maybe that's going to go on for a while, right? Maybe I can go upstairs for a bit and come back. Maybe 15 minutes or something. Let's do that. Hold on a second. So we're posting this in the year 2024, March 2nd. Let's see. Yeah, okay. See, as long as there's no guests, I think we're okay for a bit. Yeah, I think we're okay here. Let's hang out here for a bit while they do the vacuuming down there. So the five parts of the secure attachment style. Okay, paradise in the uterus, natural birth, okay, lotus birth, laboyer birth, okay, proper position, okay, time sensitivity, no scale, no bottle, okay, once again, barring special medical extreme emergencies and all that. So just hand the baby to the mother, leave the cord, leave the placenta, put a bed sheet over the placenta, or the cord, I mean, and then when the placenta comes out, put it in a bowl, put the bowl on the bed beside the mother, put a lid over the bowl, allowing some space for the cord. Okay, so just leave it all there, let it fall off on its own accord, and let the baby have his paradise connection. And during that transition, meanwhile, he will already have securely attached and recreated the blissful oneness with the mother on the land world. So when that takes place, the cord, the placenta falls off naturally on their own accord. Okay, then now he accepts the new world kind of thing, and he can naturally let go of the water world. He's in the land world. He felt safe to be in the land world. The mother supported him, so he doesn't have this phantom placenta feeling. Where's the placenta now? What happened to my cord and placenta? Like, he doesn't have that problem like that. So leave the cord, leave the placenta, let him latch on, suckle, breastfeeding. Okay, skin to skin. Dorina Pines makes a big point about the skin to skin, because if you put clothing around the baby in the first 4 to 5 months, then the communication, the affective somatic body communication through the body between the baby and the mother is broken, because the baby's communicating with the mother and they're one, and the skin is sort of like the bridge between the communication. The skin is like the bridge of the communication between the but it didn't bother them. Well, they were in there. This should be okay. Oh, geez, I hope I didn't interrupt their break or something. Yeah, maybe I interrupted them. Let's see. Oh, there's that blank ad, yeah. 1001 Windmills of the Mind on that SkyTrain there. Oh yeah, do you hear that thumping? That's on the floor above. They've got some function up there. Or maybe it's downstairs. Hi, good afternoon. Yeah. So the blissful oneness for the first 4 to 5 months has 3 parts: skin to skin, natural feeding, no rubber nipple. Okay, that's a lifeless thing. There's no communication. The nerves in the child, there's something about his or her mucosal nerves. that are meant to fizzle in or line up with the nerves in the mother, the nipple, breast of the mother, like a cable, like a line of communication like that. And the affective communication with the skin-to-skin contact, okay, and the skin is like literally kind of like a bridge, she said, and the baby can feel mother's maternal presence, her warmth, and the baby has a sense that they're one like that, and the mother picks up the baby's communications, and she can soothe the baby with her presence, her maternal presence. The baby felt soothed and safe with her, like, and all this, right? And then the loving gaze part that Mayer, what's her name again? Mayer, Y. Is it Ayers or something like that? She won some big award for her book about mother's loving gaze. That mother, if mother looks, when the baby looks at the mother, and the eyes of shame and all this, he feels rejected, and he internalizes that and treats himself the way his mother treated him. So there's a whole topic about this. So skin to skin, natural breastfeeding, no rubber nipple, and mother's loving gaze. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, tempted to comment on the advertisements another time. Yeah, we have a couple of quotes on alcoholism. Not too many. It's not really a threat. Edmund Bergler sort of our lead on it. Jocose, morose, bellicose, comatose. His theory about that. How it's a replay of the disappointment with the mother. You just replay it. Something happened, it failed, you keep replaying it, and so that means you keep replaying the failure. Failure with the mother, well, the booze fails you. Mother failed you, the booze fails you. So there's the 4 steps, right? The jocose, morose, bellicose, or comatose, right? So the 4 parts. So let's not do that one here. So, okay, and then finally, let's say the baby gets his blissful oneness, okay, from birth to 4 to 5 months. Then at 4 to 5 months, his self-concept hatches out. And then from 4 to 5 months to 18 months, okay, with his new motor skills and sense of identity and uniqueness, and he's practicing with having an identity and separating. Now he's in the famous separation individuation so-called process, but he only enters into this process of psychological birth if he first has the egg. He needs a psychological egg the first 4 to 5 months. A lot of mothers are failing babies in this area. If the baby's failed in this area, you have the bully pattern, Iago pattern, a lot of the criminalic and disturbing patterns, a lot of the very angry kind of negative, maybe this whole Talionic idea is probably from that area. That's a new topic I'm looking into at the moment. Maybe I'm just going to guess that the Talionic issue is mainly pronounced, is going to be pronounced more clearly in when there's trauma before 4 to 5 months. Because there's just so much anger there. And then you identify with the aggressor, and then to have a mother, you treat others the way your mother treated you. Okay, there's a lot of anger in doing this, and that's the maybe that's the source point of the so-called Talionic idea, right? Mother hurt them, so they hurt others. Because they can't hurt the mother. They don't get back at the mother because they are the mother. So they displace the mother onto others, but thinking they're angry at the mother. So that's why it's all messed up. When people are angry, they're meant to take it to the true source, right? To the mother. So you pick up the phone. Okay, we got up a talk here. So tell me about the first 3 years. Just calmly be a detective. So that's what I mean. Be a detective and get your story, get your narrative medicine. So those who are over 40. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, Your mission, should you choose to accept it, for those who are over 40. If you're over 40, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to interview your parents and get as much detail and data as you can about the first 3 years, about the delivery, the time, the time inside, the delivery time, and the first 3 years. As much data as you can, collect all that data as much. Okay, that's your mission, should you choose to accept it. Parents, their mission, should they choose to accept it, is to write letters to their adult children who are over 40 and tell them about the first 3 years. Okay, so that's their mission, should they choose to accept it. Hopefully they'll accept it and help their children heal as an act of reparation, as an act of love, to tell them what happened. The truth will upset you free. Will help the children get the truth. They're looking for the truth. That's called narrative medicine. So we need narrative medicine here. That's what this is all about, narrative medicine. Oh, that's a colorful ad there. Yeah, I'm not fully present today. Sorry, but I'm having an off day today. I'm not fully in the now kind of. I'm not fully in the moment. Yeah, if you want to be here now, famous expression, be here now. Well, that's a cliche. If somebody enjoys the be here now kind of thing, that's the result. That's the byproduct of healing. Right? Like that's the natural gift of healing. That you'll be here now, kind of like you'll enjoy the present kind of thing. You can't coerce that, you can't trick that, you can't slogan it, you can't just magically think that. That fruit, that benefit of loving life in the present, that's like the result of grieving and forgiving your parents and resolving the splitting mechanisms and giving up infantile megalomania, giving up the grandiosity, and forgiving your parents, and so on. Okay. So now this sense of the child being on the throne is up until 18 months. So when he hatches out between 4 to 5 months and 18 months, he still thinks he's on the throne. So he still thinks the world belongs to him. Okay, play the song, everybody wants to rule the world. Nonsense. Not all babies are traumatized before 18 months. But those who were traumatized before 18 months may have that fantasy, gee, I wish I could own everything. Because the baby still thinks everything's for him, everything's about him. Okay, so between 4 to 5 months to 18 months, the role of the mother, her job is to not rebuff the baby for this delusion that he thinks he owns everything. Some people call it the world is my oyster phase. So the junior toddler is running around thinking it all belongs to him. It's a love affair with the world, very excited, everything belongs to him. He's got motor skills, he can walk, crawl, run, hop, skip, jump. Now he's got power, he thinks he's Superman, and he thinks he owns everything. Okay, so the Spider-Man film, I think it's the 2012 one, I'm talking about the live action one. I think it's Garfield's the guy. I remember when he got his Spidey powers, they spent a lot of time with him swinging around, hopping on buildings and things, having a real delight with his new powers when he discovered his new powers. I think that's a tip-off to when the baby discovers his new powers, that he can crawl, walk, run, and he has motor skills. He thinks he's an infantile god, right? And he's got these motor skills, so he feels quite excited like that. So the role of the mother is simply to not rebuff him for that time. Just keep him gently safe, so he doesn't, distract him, so he doesn't hurt himself if he's going to put a fork in a socket or something, electrical socket. Just gently distract. Just don't hurt him for it. Don't punish him for it. Don't punish him for thinking that he's so arrogant like this, he thinks he's a little god like this. Who do you think you are? Nothing like that. Let him have that phase. Let him have the phase of him thinking he owns everything, he rules everything, he's a little god, a little king, okay, a magic sorcerer, okay, he'll have his little toy wand, make a ding-a-ling sound or something, he can make it happen, I want this, magician. By the way, the New Age thinking is probably tied into this area. A lot of this magical thinking, your thoughts make things, and your magic gestures make things, and okay, and the guy at the casino, makes magic words and rolls the dice, does little things and little gestures. You feel important like that. So, emotional eating can do that. You're going to run to the fridge. You feel important. Yeah, I'm going to be important. I'm going to get the love that I need myself. So you feel important in the process. The guy runs to the beer store. Yeah, I'm going to get it myself. You feel important doing these kinds of things. So, let's not talk too much about that this time here. That was recently covered. That phase about infantile megalomania, or egocentricity, the glorified self, the idealized self, thinking you're on the throne, and how cynicism gratifies it, emotional sadism gratifies it, schadenfreude gratifies it. Okay, this whole area, very important, because in the healing journey, that has to be given up. But in order to give that up, to let that go, you got to realize why it's there. Why is it there? The baby you never got and will never get mother's love. When you admit that painful truth, then you got to do both. You got to accept that you didn't get mother's love. Okay, that's the greatest hurt of all. The greatest hurt of all. Mother failed me, and you're not going to get it, but you're still trying to get it, and you're expressing your anger about not getting it, and you're treating others though your mother treated you. So maybe that's the talionic thing. See, that's the next video I'm talking about. In the next video, I'm currently looking for quotes about this whole talionic thing. It just seems to, the shrinks seem to, the commonality is that, when babies are loved, they don't have that. But when babies are traumatized, they may have that. And then how do you tame that and make people civilized? So we'll talk about that next time. Plus, nature's greatest miracle. Not only is he a little God, he's a unique God. And he's got to see that in his mother's eyes, nature's greatest miracle. Okay, Ogmandino's poem, Nature's Greatest Miracle, the scroll mark number 4, the first part of it. I Am Me, Virginia Satir's poem, I Am Me. Gib Rand's poem about children, about life's longing for itself, the uniqueness of it all. Okay, the statistician, I don't know the full story, but some statistician or a mathematician or something, he said the odds of anybody being here is 1 in 400 trillion. Like the odds of a person being here, the odds of a person being here are 1 in 400 trillion. So we're all from the Great Spirit, all this power in the universe and galaxies, and what makes the wind and the leaves, and every leaf on the stem is unique. What makes the birds fly, and all the energy that's going on, all the Great Spirit, let's just say. Right? And we're from the Great Spirit, and the Great Spirit likes everything unique. And you're here and you're unique, and the odds of you being here are 1 in 400 trillion. So the mother's got to have a delight at this mystery, like this amazing mystery like that. And the child sees that, and he gets self-esteem by that, and he can accept that he's unique, and that his role is to be himself, not be like an extension of the mother, or to be the mother's mother, or to save her, or to be used as a proxy for her anger, or these kinds of things. So the role of the mother is mainly to not rebuff the baby, just keep him safe from 4 to 5 months to 18 months. Don't hurt the baby during that time. Let him have that delusion that he's a little God and all that. Then a wonderful thing happens. A key transition takes place. At ballpark 18 months, that seems to be a commonly agreed upon time. At 18 months of age, the child gets it. He felt safe enough, went through that phase, developed, he got his needs met for those phases. Okay, so he felt safe in uterus, natural birth, 4 to 5 months. Paradise in uterus, natural birth. Okay, 4 to 5 months, blissful oneness. Okay, the world is my oyster phase. Then at 18 months, his ego developed, so he can know his uniqueness, which he can express. Now he's more like, now Voyager, seek thou forth and find yourself. So from 18 months to 36 months, he recognizes that he's like a person, and others are people. Okay, he gets the three-dimensional reality that we're all people kind of thing. We're all one family, members of the same homotromicus, one family, and he's unique like this. Okay, now he's more of a human explorer. Okay, now seek thou forth and find yourself. What are your interests? Learn and so he's going to be an explorer. Now he's more of a human explorer, whereas prior he was just infantile. God, it was all his, right? But in post 18 months, he's going to learn about things, millions of questions. The role of the mother is to function as a secure base. So the child runs around, discovers things, learns about things. Now he's not ready to be fully on his own. At some point he's going to get scared and freak out. So he'll run back to his mother for emotional refueling. Emotional refueling. All that means is the mother says, you're safe. You can learn, you can find out what you like, and you don't lose me. That's the message. You don't lose me. I'm here. From this safe base, you can discover your interests, learn about frogs, and learn about leaves and birds, and learn about sky trains, learn about stuff. You know, and when you're confused or scared, you can come back, and the message is, you're safe. You don't lose me. Because some babies get that message. Some babies come back to the mother for emotional refueling, touch base, and the mother, oh, I'm busy now, leave me alone, I'm busy. Okay, whoa, woof. Okay, he'll be traumatized there. He'll get the message. Gee, to know myself, to know what I like, to have my full expression, like to have like self-agency and really kind of like self-activate my uniqueness. I'm going to lose my mother if I do that. I'm not ready for that, so I'll sacrifice my success and all this, and because I can't lose my mother yet. So he was stuck in that kind of phase, 18 months, 36 months, so-called rapprochement phase. So that's another phase that's important. Plus, during that phase, the mother does what's called communicative matching. Kind of like, as I understand, it's kind of like a playful improv a little bit. The child says, mother, look, I found this... I found this cigarette butt. What's that? Well, some people play... some people think it's a... Some people are confused and they think it's a magic wand, not knowing it's going to hurt them. Oh, wow, mother. Geez, really? Something like that. I don't know. Now, that's a tough one. How's the mother going to deal with that one? Let's say the 2-year-old finds a cigarette butt or something. Mother, what's this? What's she going to say? Well, that's something that people who are lonely, people who are in pain. This is for people who didn't get mother's love and want to numb the pain for it. Can you do that? Can a mother say that to a kid? Well, really? You mean some kids don't get mother's love and they're in pain and that takes away the pain? That's right. Wow. Maybe the child can handle. I don't know. She'll know what the child can handle. She has that kind of rapport with the child. She'll know what he can accept. You don't want to do too much and freak him out like that. Could a 2-year-old handle that? Mother, what's the cigarette butt? Well, you see, some people have pain because their mother wasn't around, and some people use this thing that you see here, and it takes away the pain. It's a tranquilizer. Tranquilizer? What's that? Well, if you feel pain, you don't want to feel pain, right? All right, I guess so. Well, that's what's going on. Gee, mother, wow, what a world we live in. While you're learning. Now, maybe the child can handle it. I don't know. Or maybe she can say, well, you see, there are leaves inside. Oh, right, there are leaves inside. Yeah, there are leaves inside. Let's look it up. Let's look it up online. Okay, okay, let's look it up. Leaves. What are the leaves called? Yeah, so maybe together they go online and look up tobacco leaves, and maybe there's a children's story about tobacco leaves, how they grow tobacco leaves. Maybe she doesn't tell him about the harm of it. Maybe it's too early to learn about the harm of that or something. But just learn about the process, that there are leaves inside. And so anyways, it's a safe, yes and playful, improv, communicative matching, where the mother gives a little bit of knowledge, not too much, that the child can accept, and she'll know what he can accept by his response maybe. Or the mother might say, well, sometimes in life people get scared, so they They put that in their mouth. You know how like your baby sister puts a no, hang on. See, one theory about the cigarette is that it's a continuation of the thumb sucking. So the baby looking for the natural nipple, but if he doesn't get it, and not reliable or something, or it's a rubber nipple, looking for the proper breastfeeding, the child's frustrated, looking for a mother's natural loving response. What if it's not there? What does the child do if the real motherly love is not there? The child's desperate, so he's got to connect to the mother. It doesn't have the mother. What does he do? Or it's insufficient, it's painful, looking for the proper. The baby's desperate. So thumb sucking is a sign of trauma. If the baby's sucking his thumb, that's a sign of trauma right there. That's a sign of trauma. If the mother's failing the baby, if the little child is using his thumb sucking, that's a sign of trauma. And then, but he is synthetic. Not synthetic. It's a symbol of mother. That's a trick. He's in pain. He's a compromise, and then he's stuck with this constant search for the lie kind of thing, hoping that one day the lie will be mother's love. Never works. So then the continuation of the thumb sucking is maybe the cigarette reminds the person of the pseudo connection to the mother, reminds them of the thumb. So that's just one theory. Plus the chemistry, the chemicals and all that function to trick the brain to send them endorphins. So Janov calls cigarettes little tranquilizers to numb the pain kind of thing. It gives you pain to prompt the brain to send you endorphins. So people deliberately pain themselves to trick the brain, give me endorphins. So like to jumpstart the system or something. Or the mother could just say, well, there are things that are healthy for us, and there are things that are not healthy for us. This is one of them. Oh, okay. Maybe that's enough. Yeah, maybe that's good enough, right? So 2-year-old says, what's this? Well, there are things that are kind of good for our health, that our body likes. There are some things that our body doesn't like. That's one of them. Oh, okay. Look, I got it, Ma. Thanks, Ma. Yeah, maybe like that. Oh, some nice flowers here. It's probably just imitation, but still. Nice little flowers here. Yeah. Oh, my bag is downstairs. Let's. I think the vacuum is. I left my bag down there. Let's go back down. Actually, it's not bad up here, but. Well, they are preparing for a buffet. Also, okay, I'm gonna have to leave here. Let's see, what is it now? 3:15. So I've got about two hours, let's say. So we'll finish this in 2 hours. Battery's okay? Okay, so that's called a secure attachment style. There's a way more detail about it. There's a lot of information. Each part, up to 5 parts of the secure attachment style. Okay, we can spend 2 hours on each of those parts. There's a wealth of material there. So anyways, that's called a primal need, a basic primal need. If that's not met, Janov calls it a primal pain. Okay, at some point between up till 3, wherever it takes place, that's what they mean by arrested. That's one way of meaning the arrested development, stunted development, developmental arrest of the real self. The real self is development of the real self. The emerging real self got stunted in its development, stuck there. Okay, so and depending on where on that continuum between inside and age 3, it can lead to a certain personality pattern. If it's just ballpark, if it's before 18 months, it leads to one of the stinger personality patterns. Identification with the aggressor, finding others as a proxy for yourself, shaming them the way your mother shamed you. So it's more perverse, more disturbed area. If the trauma's in that rapprochement phase we just mentioned upstairs, between 18 months and 36 months, that's sort of like the more clinger, the pleaser, caretaker place, where they just expect others to reject them, still childlike, but they maintain the humanness of it all. But the stingers say, forget all that. They reject the quote-unquote human side of being human. They just want to play infantile God all the time. And their mentalities, steam and anger, of not feeling, survival mentality. So they're more disturbed, they're more harmful like that. Or I should say, there's more pain of the gap between the real self and the false self kind of thing. So there's a thing called repetition compulsion. The baby not getting his needs met. Okay. That's a pain so utter. So flash frozen, electrochemical neon light, unloved, mother didn't love me, mother failed me, pain, then endorphins. So he's gonna go through life in a swoon, right? In a trance, in a swoon, right? Again, Emily Dickinson. There's a pain so utter, it swallows up, and the person goes in this swoon kind of thing. So he can go through life in this swoon, and his adaptive self, like he can still get 10 PhDs, 10 medals, 10 awards, but he's missing his feeling self, his golden ball, his connection to himself, his inner home, his psychic castle, his soul castle within. He's missing that connection to himself, his ontological self. So where joy is supposed to be, where the bluebird of happiness can be, his differentiation is floor for where sadness can be, and then gratitude and the more quote-unquote more human side of being. So he needs so repetition compulsion. Okay. So the baby's traumatized, right? He still has those needs. Now there's no time, but he has those needs. The trauma makes him ask for those needs. Mother, I need your love, right? The trauma makes him try again, get mother's love kind of thing. But he didn't get mother's love. But there's no time, so he's trying again. Hence, like this, like a loop like that. So he's in this timeless, infinite, like skip kind of loop like this, because there's no time. It's infinite, timeless, infinite. No time. It's just all time is that time. And what does the baby need at that time? The compulsion to get mother's love. Okay. Fairbairn says all of the child's life force is to find the nipple, right? If it doesn't find the nipple, then the thumb, the cigarette, etc. Cigar, pipe, whatever. And then variations of it could be cookies and food, emotional eating, and so on. The beer bottle. The wine bottle, maybe. Yeah, it sort of continues, right? Okay, so let's just, that's called symbolic acting out, right? By the way, searching for symbols of mother's love. The thumb sucking and the cigarette is a symbol of the nipple. It's not the nipple, so it's not mother. It doesn't work, it fails. So you try again and again, because no time, it's relentless. So when you don't remember, you keep doing it again and again. When you remember and feel and have a genuine catharsis and blatant understanding, you stop repeating. That's what we're trying to do. You're trying to stop repeating. We stop repeating when we have understanding, then we stop repeating. No understanding, we keep repeating until we have understanding. That's what psychoanalysis, that's sort of all about, right? Kind of thing. So that's why we have these 10,000 quotes in that sort of helpful kind of mode. So Robert Bly, a guest mentor in our collection, says, read this stuff, psychology, study the soul, read this stuff 10 minutes a day. Forgive it for its jargon. Just read it 10 minutes a day, he says. So everything's love or a cry for love. So we can describe this. Now this, by the way, this trauma is considered an inner conflict. It's a conflict. Baby has those needs, but the memory is the pain. It doesn't want the pain, but it still has the needs, hence it's a conflict. Okay? So there's a conflict. He has the need for mother's love, but the last time he tried to get mother's love, there's so much pain around it, so he doesn't want that pain, so he avoids it, but he still has the need, hence it's a conflict. So imagine this conflict being grooved in on a 45, as a metaphor, a 45 disc record. Side B is the same song as side A. These 45 old vinyl music disc records only have one song, one tune, only one tune on the record, right? So the person only has this inner conflict, and he's stuck in this with this only tune. That's his only song in life. That's his only song in life, is to cry for that love. Okay? Now this petrification of this inner conflict gets repressed. It makes the person neurotic because they're not enjoying the present. They're not in the be here now. They can't enjoy the present. The present is still the past emotionally. Okay? Or they transfer the past to the present. Sometimes the present is called the presenting past. They're still emotionally in the past with the struggle with the mother, with the unfinished business with the mother to get mother's love. So all time is that time emotionally. Famous split. The emotions are doing that, but the adaptive self can still get 10 PhDs and still can get 10 medals and all this. So Berger's main line that we've been using in this area is as follows. Every neurotic is a music enthusiast. He would love to love life, right? He's a music enthusiast. He would love to love life, have lots of songs. He's a music enthusiast, but the poor neurotic only has one record. This 45 that we're talking about, this cry for love, which he carries with him all the time. Everywhere he goes, he only has this one record, he carries it. Every time he sees a turntable, a phonograph, a Victrola, a turntable, a machine that plays the music, with never-ending fiery ardor, he runs to the turntable, puts it on, picks up the needle, puts on it, and plays that tune. So meaning in the present, he's going to recreate that cry for love. He's going to cry for love again. Now, when he cries for love in the present, it takes two forms. The perverse, disturbed way, called the stinger way, identification with the aggressor way, or the more benign way, the clinger way. So there's the prior 18 months way and the post 18 months way. The post 18 months way is childlike, more benign, doesn't hurt anybody. But the prior 18 months, it's about infantile God place and rejection of the humanist. So that's more disturbed that way. So let's say the person has trauma before 18 months, bully pattern, Iago pattern, narcissistic pattern, etc. He's in the new situation. In new situations, he's going to spin that cry for love. But he's so wounded by the mother. He's so devalued, so shamed, so rejected. Again and again, misatune, malatune, schedule, bottle, baby's crying, mother frustrated, puts honey in the rubber nipple. These little things again and again, constant shaming. It's too much. So in the new situation, okay. So again, he's got to have a mother, so he identifies with her and gives himself up. So new situation, he's going to replay the cry for love. He's going to cry for love. The problem is, he can't play himself anymore. He can't know his shame self anymore, his real, true self anymore. His human, quote-unquote, more human side of being human, his real self, he doesn't want to know it anymore. It's there, but it's just so pain. So what he does is find a proxy to play his true self, his real self. Okay? So he'll find someone else as a representative for him to fantasize and see and infuse his real self to the other person. Okay? That's the proxy. Once again, proxy means when someone plays a role for you, does something for you, or feels for you. So he'll find someone else to play his real self. And he'll find someone else to cry for love. While he identifies with the aggressor and says no to himself, but he sees himself into the proxy, so he says no to the proxy, being loyal to how mother shamed him. Okay, so the circuit is mother shamed him. It's all fused like that. So in the new situation, he plays the mother who shames himself. He can't feel that pain anymore. He's still going to shame himself, but he flips it. It's still there. He shames himself and he shames another. He's hurting someone else, to distract him from the pain of him hurting himself. So he's going to hurt himself, but not feel it or know it, but he'll hurt someone else, and that distracts him of how he hurt himself again. So that's why he's called the stinger personality pattern, because he's hurting others the way his mother hurt him, and he's actually hurting himself again. But in his sadism, okay, shall I compare thee to an onion? It's a layered thing. So he's shaming someone else. Okay, he's the active aggressor and getting pleasure of the oneness of the mother who shamed him. So the emotional masochism is the baby had some kind of pleasurable connection to having a mother, but there was pain by it. Emotional masochism. He'll find someone else to play his emotional masochistic self while he shames himself, but not be aware that he's shaming himself when he shames someone else. That's the sadism. Okay? So that's the stinger personality pattern. So, in other words, stinger personality patterns reject the quote-unquote more human side of being human. Their mentality, their philosophies are all about survival. They reject trust, affection, okay, grieving. They can't grieve, as mentioned before. Pleasure of the authentic self, forget it. Okay, kindness, trust, love and affection and tenderness, forget all that, because mother shamed it in them so much, and they identify with the aggressor. So to have a mother, all they have is the addiction of the blissful oneness of the mother. So when they act like the mother shaming themselves, they recreate the blissful union that was forgotten. The baby had bliss, but we don't remember it as adults. But the baby had bliss. So when he shames others in the present, he feels a kind of giddy glee or something, like we don't really know it. He feels excited or something. So that's the excitement of being one. Like on the honeymoon phase, the couple gets married on the honeymoon, the two of them feel like one, they feel all excited. So he kind of feels a little bit like that blissful kind of oneness kind of feeling. So he's addicted to shaming others, because every time he shames others, he's the mother who shames himself. That recreates the blissful union between the baby and the mother when he acts like the mother shaming him, because they're still fused. The baby didn't get enough love to separate and know himself. He's still fused there. So when he recreates that dynamic of the fusion, he playing the mother who shamed him, again, proxy for him, shames them, mother shaming him, he's the active one. He recreates him being one with the mother. Now on some level, he does experience the pain of mother hurting him. He does, on some level, feel mother's hurting him. Even though he hurts someone else, on some underneath level, he somehow feels a little bit of the pain of mother hurting him. Hocus pocus, auto-hypnosis, double focus, Alice in Wonderland, translogic, flip-flop, the one he hurts in the present, he will say, is the mother who hurt him back in the past, and he's the victim of his mother, whom he now sees as the victim he just hurt in the present, being the mother who hurt him back in the past. Now he feels justified in his anger at the mother who hurt him. So now he's going to hate the one he just hurt. He just hurt someone, now he's going to hate him because he thinks he flips it. So first he saw his shamed self onto the other. When he hurts the other, the way his mother hurt him, then he flips it and says, oh, that person now in the present is the mother who had hurt him back in the past. Now he hates that person. So he hurts somebody and then hates them because he flips it. So the child played two roles, right? The child played himself. He was like the passive victim, okay? And the mother was the active aggressor. So there's two in there. It's fused. There's two in there, right? There's two parts to himself. There's him and the mother. So the other person is going to play those two, and he flips it around. So first, the other person will play him. He plays the mother. So the other person, the non-threatening substitute other, the innocent other person, whoever's safe, they make it up. You don't care. The prejudice comes from there. Someone with disadvantage, someone who's safe. It doesn't matter. You find someone else, basically. You're so blind to their humanity because you have a burning need to be one with the mother and have a connection to the mother, because you're still trying to get her love, and so you're repeating the cry for love. So the burning need is to cry for love. So you don't see the humanity of others. So the stinger personality patterns will find someone else, okay, and they'll see their shamed self there. Okay, now the person, okay, the victim, okay, the protagonist, identifies with the aggressor, new situation, they play the shaming mother who shames himself. But again, they see themselves using the proxy to represent them, so they shame the proxy, the victim, right? The innocent one. Now, okay, once again, they feel the memory of mother hurting them on some level. But they are the shaming mother, so they can't take it up to the source. They got to protect the mother. They got to have a mother. They can't unblend from the mother. It's a mother complex. They can't. That's Freud's big thing, the mother complex. He didn't get enough love to leave the mother. She's married in there. Again, the metaphor, the marriage. It's not the child wanted that. It's a metaphor that inwardly the self and the other, the baby's self-concept and the mother self-concept, it's like married, like that's the marriage like that. So that's what that means. The mother caused it, not the child caused it. So if you're going to say it that way, if you're going to say it the way it's confused, don't say the child wanted it, say the mother wanted it, put it that way, because the mother's using the baby to meet her needs. So she created this inner marriage, quote unquote, inside this fusion, where the child never felt safe to have this self-identity. So when he plays the shaming mother, okay, and shames himself using the proxy to stand in for him, he'll remember the pain of mother hurting him in truth. So, but he can't take it to the source, because he is the mother now. So he's got to protect her and have a mother, and he's addicted being one with the mother. So what does he do now? Oh, okay, he'll just suddenly say that the one he just hurt in the present is the mother who hurt him back in the past. Now he feels justified as indignation of how this innocent one is the monster who hurt him back in the past. So this morning, there's a gruesome news item where you got these 100+ people are starving, waiting for food aid and all this. They're impoverished, they're starving, they're being driven off their land and all this, and somebody's trying to steal their land, they're being pushed off, and they know where to go, and they're in the middle of no man's land, and they're waiting for some aid and all this. Meanwhile, so they're helpless, and okay, now let's not go there. It's too emotional. It's too emotional to talk about. So, okay, at this point, can I refer you to 2725, part 3 of 3. It's a 7.5-hour video. We do a thing called the 48 symptoms of homo traumicus. It took me 7.5 hours to run through the list of 48 symptoms of homo traumicus. One of the symptoms is the mother stole the child's soul. Okay, that's like his metaphor, like kind of like a land, like a child's embodiment, like his home, his land. Right? So the image is somebody stole his land. Identify with the aggressor, steal people's land. Okay, so there's now we see this. People's land is being taken, and people are being driven away to take the land because mother took away their land. Okay, inside out, as above, so below, inside out. So we study this kind of symbolism of the repetition compulsion. So that's loyalty to the mother, and in that loyalty to the mother, you don't see the reality. You're soul blind to others because mother was soul blind to the baby. If the mother's soul blind to the baby and they identify with that, they'll be soul blind to others. They don't care about others, kind of thing. And their compulsion is to do to others what the mother did to them. So the symbolism of stealing people's physical land is to recreate how mother stole their soul, kind of basically like that. And they're stuck like this, and they can't help it, they say. And it's a compulsion to cry for love. And mother damaged them, so they damage others. And when they damage others, they see the victims as the boogeyman, mother image, and now they're in their righteous indignation, saying they feel scared of the one they just hurt. Can you imagine that? Like some extremely abused baby who grows up with a lot of tension, and then finds someone who is in a helpless condition, starving and all this, and say that the victim who's starving is suddenly the monster who created their tension. Okay, it's psychotic thinking. It's called psychosis thinking, perverse thinking. Okay, alles Wonderland thinking. That's a symptom of trauma, because when they hurt others, they see the victim as the monster boogeyman mother who hurt them back in the nursery, because there's no time in there. They're driven by this timelessness. Okay, the third brain doesn't even know it's doing its first line's bidding, right? So that's why we need consciousness to accept a belated release of the pain of the trauma. Janov claims one of his clients did what the CIRC primal. He described it as a gruesome kind. I don't have. You got to read it directly in his books. I don't have it in our collection here. It's a horrifying thing to read. But he claims somebody relived the pain of the CIRC extremely cruel Italianic. So he claims somebody was able to heal from the CIRC. That's a severe trauma to inflict on a baby. It's already traumatic to remove them from the mother. It's traumatic to put them on a scale and separate them from the mother and let the hormones dissipate and give them a rubber nipple and remove the cord nipples. These things are very traumatic. And then to add on top of that, to boot, to inflict the CIRC, okay, fill in the blank, procedure, that violence, that, oh my God, that's extremely, that'll cause an immense tension and pain. And then they repeat that with the violence. So that's violence. So babies should not be inflicted with violence. Oh my God. This is a so-called, Masterson made a link to the barbarism of the medieval times, this kind of violence. And he's saying that civilization, okay, I gotta save for the next, so what I'm trying to get at is, I'm trying to cover too much here. They were sold out of guava. Maybe if they had guava juice, I might be able to do it. I need my guava juice when I do these videos. No, I don't. I'm not totally dependent on it. But if I have guava juice, it's kind of like what spinach was for Popeye. It gives me makes me calmer, makes me speak more clearly, more smoothly. I can think more clearly. I can be more efficient. I can cover more information. I don't have to bail out if I'm starting a topic. So yeah. So anyways, okay, TQ 2725 part 3 of 3. It's a 7.5 hour video. That'll fill in the question mark that's here at this moment. Go to 2725 part 3 of 3. Okay, so distinct personality patterns. Okay, there's a lot of doublethink. Okay, survival mentality. Okay, the Italianic thing is going to be in there. Anger is mainly at the console. Okay, the joy and sadness, they forget all that. The human side of being human, the quote-unquote more human side of being human, they're going to reject all that because it was rejected in them. So they're in the survival modality of crying for love. But they don't cry for love. They just get others to cry for love and say no to them. So when the baby cried for love, mother squashed it. So they identify with the squasher, get others to cry for love, and they squash them. And if there's CIRC procedures involved, now you're getting into the violence area. So today's item was a lot of violence. It's all psychological. It's just purely psychological. Look, when I was a baby, violence was inflicted. So here's the violence. Look what happened to me. It's just psychological. So we got to stop this barbaric, cruel procedure, the CIRC. Klaus Kenel helped a lot with changing the mechanical hospital procedures and humanize them more for mothers and babies. They did an immense contribution, and now many hospitals are humanizing the birthing process better. It's still a long way to go, says Janice. What's her name again? Janice or Janice Barcelo. Yeah. Okay, I'm not gonna cover all of her material. Actually, I don't even cover her material. She's a little. I think they banned her or something. But if I just isolate her topic about the birth trauma area, so she talks a lot about different things. I'm not going to go on those controversial areas, but there is sort of like a mainstream area that she talks about how hospitals are traumatizing their babies. And she has a book called is it Birth of the New Earth or something? Oh Jesus! Is it even still? I think they banned her or something. I think somebody complained about her because she's. You see, the problem with If somebody's in a lot of pain, you can't be pedantic, like you can't be too preachy or something. If somebody's in so much pain, if they receive the CIRC thing, and they're so much in pain about it, preaching to them something, gee, it's immoral what you're doing, it's wrong what you're doing. Oh my God, you're talking about empathy. Well, they never got enough love to have empathy, and you're saying, and you're just reminding them that cliche. You're just reminding people that they didn't get love, and that brings up all the pain. So you just kind of, it doesn't work like that, right? Preachy slogans don't work with people who are in too much pain. So Janov's joke, Janov had like a side joke in that area about a client that he was discussing, making a point, and his conclusion, the joke was something, a long case study. So talking about his case study, specifically within that boxed case study that he was talking about. In that case study, talking about a case study, he said about that case study, whoever that fictional client was, a composite of other people or a made up one, or protecting people's identity, or whatever it is. Shrinks don't tell anybody who the client is, so you never know who they're talking about. So he said about one client, about his difficulty trying to help somebody. He was talking about how there was so much pain in the first brain, and that's the crocodile brain. His joke was, yeah, you don't talk about feelings with a crocodile, do you? But he's not calling people crocodiles. He's referring to how we sometimes nickname our first brain, the crocodile brain, the reptile brain. We nickname it as to make reference that we have three brains, and the first brain is called the first line of consciousness, the survival, visceral sensation mind about survival. When the baby's traumatized, it goes into that part of the first line consciousness, nicknamed the crocodile mind, because the crocodile only cares about survival and reproduction. So they're not into the mammal, the feeling area. That's the point he was trying to make. Janov trying to teach people that we have three brains, the famous triune brain. He calls it how we have three brains. And the three brains, there needs to be a connection between the three brains. Like your favorite trio, like your favorite, think about your favorite rock band with three members in it. I'm not a fan of those guys with the long beards. They sing a song about legs. Some woman had beautiful legs. She's got legs. So three guys. So anyways, but the point is, there's three guys on stage and they're getting along with each other, making music. Well, imagine that our three brains need to get along with each other and communicate with each other, just like those three guys in that band. What's it called again? What's that band called again? What are they called again? I forgot what they're called. Oh, they're really preparing it, aren't they? Oh, that's right. Saturdays they have their buffets on Saturday nights. Oh, I better wrap this up soon. Let's see, what is it? 3:46. Okay, just pick your favorite trio, musical trio, and just notice how they get along and communicate with each other. Hence, they're making music because they communicate with each other. Well, we want to make music. Our three brains have to communicate with each other if we want to make beautiful music, or likable music, or something, or enjoyable music, or danceable music. I'm still trying to think of their name. I'm not a fan of them. I don't even listen to them. But that lyric, we heard that song on the radio a million times. She's got legs. Brother. The stinger personality patterns have a lot of slogans that are basically about survival, not about loving and feeling. It's about survival. My greedy, your greed. You know, I'm okay, you're not okay. No, I'm okay, you're not okay. It's just this kind of, again, when the stinger says someone else is not okay, they're talking about how they've identified with their own mother who's told them that they were not okay in the nursery. So they're just repeating it because it's timeless and they identified with the aggressor. So, okay, so there's scapegoating, there's a lot of anger there, and rejection of the quote-unquote more human side of being human. And if somebody displays some elements of the more human side of being human, like trust and affection and kindness and things like that, they'll hate it, they'll put it down, they'll mock it, because it was mocked in them, and they feel excited doing so because it keeps them in the blissful oneness of the mother. So that's why people are addicted to hate, addicted to greed, addicted to envy, addicted to schadenfreude, addicted to cynicism. It seems to be a kind of a perverse addiction or some kind of disturbed addiction or something, to refuel the blissful oneness of the mother. And it's painful to be in that state. So you're addicted in a blissful place, so the pain part seems to be distributed. Others expressing your cry, okay, that distracts you from your original cry. And the pain that you do have, it's going to be numbed over with the endorphins. So you get the endorphins and the excitement of the blissful oneness, the ecstasy with the mother. Okay. So there's oxytocin, serotonin, I guess by that. And the pain part is the endorphins. There's a book called Meet Your Happy Chemicals. But endorphins is not a happy chemical. It's the numbing your pain chemical. It's not a happy chemical. It's a numbing your pain chemical. Okay, if you click any of the recent videos, there's a good chance you'll find a richer discussion about the stingers and the clingers. Okay, just quickly then, the clingers then, when they replay that record, they don't find proxies to play them. They don't need to do that. They don't need to reject themselves. They still accept themselves. It's wounded, it's damaged, they feel no good and all this, they feel badly and all this, they're childlike and wounded. Okay, mother hurt them. They play themselves. They find others to play the rejecting mother. So they just recreate it. They recreate that cry for love. As a baby, they cry for love. Mother said no. In the present, they cry for love. Others say no. And they somehow manage to do it, either in their selection of who they're interacting with, or interacting them in a way that'll coax others to reject them, because you're still in this trauma bond, and you're still replaying mother rejected you. Mother rejected you, so you find others to not like you or reject you, kind of thing. So you can be passive aggressive. You can do little things to annoy people or disappoint people, and so that's benign like that, because you're not hurting others. You're just coaxing others to reject you the way your mother rejected you, so you can know that your mother rejected you. So we do these things to find memory. We are repeating to know our story. So when we repeat in the present, the past, it's for us to know what happened in the past. This is called the inferring mind. We make an inference. We find the inference of what our inferring mind is inferring to us. So our non-reporting brain, okay, or the puppet master, this survival brain, whatever, okay, is trying to communicate to us. So this innate drive for healing is trying to communicate to us. So when we talk in this way, we're talking about the inferring mind. So it's like the unconscious saying to the conscious, hey, you conscious you, something happened. I don't have words. I can't tell you in words. I'm going to be like a puppet master, get you to restage the past. Either I'll get you to play the shaming mother and you shame others who played you, your innocence, so you can know how your mother shamed you. I'm going to get you to shame others so you can know how your mother shamed you. Or if it's the clinger way, hey, conscious you, your mother rejected you. Well, I'm going to put you in that, I'm going to get you to recreate that situation where others reject you. That's for you to know that your mother rejected you. The greatest sort of all. So this is the unconscious trying to make us aware, make us conscious. So we got to cooperate with this, right? We got to cooperate with our own innate drive for healing by making the inference. So the stingers usually would say, gee, the negativity that I am towards others, is that what my mother did to me, really? Am I doing this for me to know how I was treated, the way I'm treating others? Oh my God. And the clingers, they'll say, oh my God, I'm always getting the fuzzy end of the lollipop. Does that mean my mother, Marilyn Monroe had that line, right? I'm always getting disappointed. Was I disappointed with my mother all the time? Yeah, Janoff mentioned Marilyn Monroe, how she didn't get love during the critical period. And all of that symbolic love that she got afterwards, okay, millions of men sending her flowers and roses, it didn't matter. She still felt unloved. That professor, that kid who was ignored by his parents, unseen, and no one talked to him, no one listened to him as a child. He became a professor and had tens of thousands of students listening to him attentively, taking notes. He said, I still feel unheard. Really? For 5 decades you have all these students who listen to you and you still say you feel unheard? All these people listening to you and you still have the feeling that no one heard you? Because nothing post age 3 can undo or erase that critical time of mother not hearing them. So he was still searching symbolically for mother to hear them by getting the students to hear him. The students can't be the mother in the past, so it doesn't work, right? So when we give up this relentless, unreal hope to find something that symbolizes mother, to be the actual mother, when we give this up, Janoff calls it, as the death of unreal hope is the birth of new life. Okay, the metaphor is the pregnant virgin, now you got the potential, and now you got the new life. We had it, we lost it, identified, a new potential, pregnant virgin, now you're getting back yourself. We had our golden ball, lost it, and we want to get it back. The moment you recognize it, that's the pregnant virgin motif. Again, myths and fairy tales are metaphors for psychology. Myths, fairy tales, and most religious stories are metaphors for psychology. Look for the psychological message. John A. Sanford says, if you hear a religious story, now again, it's only whenever we mention religious points, it's only in the context specifically of when religion is being used as a tool of the pillage and the plunder, as part of the pillaging and the plundering. He said in that context, if you hear a religious story, look for the psychological message. Treat them like you treat myths and fairy tales and dreams. Yeah, they're all from the primary process world. They're all metaphors for psychology. Look for the psychological message, he says. Okay, let's jump into today's quotes here. So, in 1890 something or 1880 or something, a guy named Henry Hart was born. Never heard of this guy, just discovered him recently. And he did an incredible thing, I think. He made notes of psychoanalysis. Like, he just read articles and made a note about it. He didn't quote them. He didn't quote anybody. He just made like a little summary note or a comment or something, or identified the main point or something of all these articles. And he did it for, I think, if I understand it correctly, he started at the age of 40, and then when he was 70, is that right? He published it. Okay, never mind that. Anyways, here's this guy reading psychoanalysis, making notes. Finally, in 1970, before he passed away, he published it. Okay, and I didn't know about it actually. So it's kind of like the Cole's notes of psychoanalysis. We can call it the Hart's notes of psychoanalysis. As mentioned at the beginning of this video, I'm nicknaming it Hart's idbits. Just like little one-liners about psychoanalysis kind of thing. And we did 100 already so far, so we'll add another maybe 20 or 30 in this video here. So in 1970, he published this massive volume, like four heavy, this collection of notes, a massive collection, 1,000+ pages. They had it in 4 volumes, I think. And I didn't know about it, but recently I noticed that somebody digitized it. It was somebody found you can't buy it, like it doesn't exist, like we don't even know it. Luckily, about a year ago, somebody found an old library discarded. Can you believe it? Some university discarded it. I give them credit for finding it in the first place, but geez, why would you discard the only real kind of Coles notes of psychoanalysis? But for whatever reason, they discarded it, and finally it ended up digitized, and I just discovered it about a month ago, so I'm really thrilled to find it, and I'm gonna pluck out some of the best notes of his, and I'm treating it as a kind of priority, because a lot of good books are getting removed. Like a lot of books that have been digitized, I notice, like even Masterson's books, I went back to look for one of his books, removed. Other shrink books, removed. Why are all these psychology books being removed? What are you doing here? This is awful. What an awful thing. So I feel like I want to at least capture the best notes of his and have it in our collection here to save some of it. He did an incredible thing. He spent his whole life, a labor of love. He must have read tens of thousands of journal articles from psychoanalysis and made notes about it. Finally, before he passed away, he published it. He managed to publish it. I read somewhere it was a huge expense and all this. Not many copies, I guess. And you can't even buy it anywhere, nowhere. Just this one lonely copy from this library discard that I found. So they're just short little notes. They're not like in full sentences. So they're written sort of in an abbreviated way. That's okay. And I think in this batch, most of them will be on transference, and important. Many of them are on transference. Yesterday's one was about resistance. Yeah, we did some quotes about like meaning when you get a feeling, nope, resist it. You want to learn something about resist. This whole issue of resistance, they call defense mechanisms. So the main axiom in psychology is you want to identify the defense before the content. Defense before content. Don't say like just notice first that you're doing something, and that might be a defense against something. So you're about to open the cupboard to reach for some cookies. Don't say that why you're doing it. Just notice first that you're doing it. Oh, I notice I'm reaching for the cupboard here as a defense, and then maybe you lead to the content. What are you really hungry for? You're not physically hungry. There's an emotional hunger there. You're reminded of being lonely. You didn't get mother's sweetness, so you're searching for symbolic sweetness. Oh yeah. So back to Janov. That memory of the cry for love is in the first brain. Remember the survival brain? The survival brain, powerful survival brain, right? That memory, that loop, it goes to the third brain, the cortex brain. And the cortex brain is going to be driven by this. That's the puppet master. Now the third brain is going to respond to this cry, this search for mother's love. But it doesn't know it. But it's going to follow it, but not know what it's about. So it ends up searching for symbolic mother. So there's your cookies and emotional eating and all this. And then that's called symbolic acting out. So Janov calls transference acting out, or repetition compulsion. He calls it symbolic acting out, because you're going to symbolically act out your search for mother's love. No material, no money, no thing. Somebody said he had $1 billion. He still felt unloved. Marilyn Monroe, unloved. Okay, the professor, unheard. It doesn't work, right? And the third brain, the purpose of the third brain is to keep you searching, because it's in the timelessness of the first brain. At the same time you're doing this, it's a communication from your first brain to your consciousness of what happened originally. So you make the inference by your behavior, observing your behavior like a theater thing. It's like a message of what happened originally in the nursery. Okay, so for more on this point, TQ 2745 to 70, Janoff's material, or type in Paul Libby Russell, 2119. Paul Libby Russell, sort of our lead author on repetition compulsion. His articles have won a Golden Windmills of the Mind Award, by the way, repetition compulsion. Okay, so let's begin here. So my hope is that one out of these, one tidbit you'll like. My hope is that one out of these 20 plus you'll like. First one here. Let's begin then. Okay, in order to learn to know ourselves, we must first become strangers to ourselves. Recognize that your repressed self, your secret, so your real self is like a stranger to you. You're a stranger to yourself. That's what it means. So your real self that's unknown to you, it's repressed, it's a stranger to you, it's a secret self, it's a stranger to you. You got to become a stranger to yourself. Okay, so this is like in the film called That Uncertain Feeling. The young lady had a physical problem. So psychosomatic symptom, went to the shrink. Boy, that's coming from your stranger with him. Do you want to meet? Do you want to meet him? She joked and said, "I'm afraid of strangers." Well, then in the next scene, she met a metaphor, a character that represented her stranger within, this tortured artist guy. So this is the motif of the double. Personification of a character that represents all of you that you don't know. He represents a lot of your gifts and pain and trauma, like the Phantom of the Opera. It's not separate characters. The singer dialogue with the Phantom of the Opera guy, that's not a separate character. That's like an imagined character to represent her pain, shame, trauma, put into a character form. So she dialogued with the guy and got to know this stranger within, kind of thing. So in order to learn to know ourselves, we must first become strangers to ourselves. Okay, recognize that there's a real self that's frozen and estranged to us. So we're a stranger to ourselves. In the film, that Otto Rank has an essay called The Double. Like the real self, the denied self, the second self, the unconscious self, the one who walks with me, who's not like me. Someone's living my life, I know nothing about him. This double self, secret self, second self, shadow soul. This is like you create a character that represents your unknown, all of you that's unknown. Now most of you that's unknown is your lost real self. There's a lot of potential, a lot of gold there, a lot of treasure there, a lot of who you'd be had you been loved. The gifts are there, and the ability to make I statements, ability to cry, ability to mourn, ability to love, a lot of. And if the trauma is very severe, the ability to have gratitudes in there. There's a lot of life in there. So a quick image for this is Roy Lichtenstein's painting called Stepping Out. Okay, on the one side of the painting, okay, the vibrancy of his lost real self, the gold vibrant, had a big eye there, big, and then on the other side, okay, he was sleepwalking through life, going through the motions of life, and you saw a gap there. He had no clue. He was a total stranger to himself. In order to learn to know ourselves, we must first become strangers to ourselves, to admit that there's a lot of us that we don't know. There's a lot of us that who we would have been had we been loved. That's a stranger. That's a stranger to ourselves. We're a stranger to ourselves. Because the real self is you. So from that voice, you from there, you're a stranger to you. That's a good one. So he's good. Henry Hart here, the guy who's making these notes, he's pretty good with distilling the main message of the article. So he's quoting here a guy named Theodore Reik. That's the sort of summary statement. And in his notes books, if you want to read more, he tells you the original source of where the article's from. So we want to, back to Otto Rank. So in that story, the student of Prague, just very briefly, a guy, the protagonist, bumps into some stranger guy, not knowing that stranger guy was him, all of him that he didn't know about, and he was meant to befriend him, dialogue with him, and get to know him, kind of thing. He didn't. It was too strange for him. They ended up in a fight, kind of thing, and the protagonist hurt this double self, okay, a personification of all of his own disownedness of himself, personified into this character called the double self. So it's a metaphysical science fiction kind of story. So when he hurt the double self, it's himself. So he hurt himself. When he hurt him, he hurt himself. And on the tombstone it said, here's a guy that never got to know himself. So the moral of the story was, get to know yourself, dialogue with yourself. Like the young lady did in that film, that uncertain feeling. Like the singer did in the Phantom of the Opera story, etc. Okay, transference. So transference means you see the present as the past. You transfer the past into the present, and you cry for love, or treat others the way you were treated. Okay. You transfer the past to the present, relive the past in the present as a symbolic staging thing of the past to know what happened in the past. It's called transference. And when you act that out, it's called transference acting out, or symbolic acting out, like actors on a theater thing. So the present is just this as-if theater thing to represent the past. That's for you to know. That's for you to know what happened in the past. Transference is the unrealistic roles or identities unconsciously ascribed to the therapist by the client. So unrealistic roles or identities ascribed to the person in the present. So somebody in the present, you have this unrealistic role. Either they're your unloved shame self, and you play the aggressor and you shame them, because you unrealistically don't see them for who they are. You're soul blind to who they are in the present. You only see them as your no good you, and you're the mother who shamed you, so you shamed them the way your mother shamed you, and you have this need to do this, and it makes your perceptual apparatus narrows, right? So you can't see the humanness of the reality of the other, because your projection is so strong. You only see the projection. And what's the projection? But the mother shamed you so much, so you have a need to not know that you were shamed, so you see others as no good. So you project your shamed, no good self onto others, identify with the aggressor, and not accept or see or admit that they're just an ordinary person or something. That your cousin of yours is like a family member. We're all cousins, Jane Elliott says. Remember, homo traumicus. And you can't admit, you don't want to see the reality that they have nothing to do with you, kind of thing. They don't even know you, kind of thing. But you need to see them as no good, because you don't want to feel no good. You don't want to feel the pain of feeling no good by your mother. So you need to see them as no good, meaning you need to see them as a proxy of your shamed real self. So you need to see people in a no good, devalued state, because that's how you feel within. You see? And then that's a projection like that. So you see your projections, and your projection like a screen, a smoke screen. You don't see the humanness of the person underneath it all, right? Transference is the unrealistic identities unconsciously attributed to others. The stingers will do that usually. The clingers usually transfer the frightening parent onto others, and just assume them to be very critical and negative and all this. Maybe they're not, but they need to see others as critical. So they're usually very anxious. They're very anxious. So there's more overt anxiety like that. Transference reactivates the past. Hence, interpretations of transference are so effective. I like this one here. Transference, you relive the past. Therefore, interpretations of your transference are effective, because transference means you're reliving the past. So talk about the transference, you're getting to know the past, you're making the past-present link. Interpretation of frustrated infantile transference love leads to memories. Yeah, so here's the healing journey. When you get an insight, okay, you go to sleep, things loosen up, and you can feel more. It leads to memories and feelings. So you want to get your memories and feelings back. So you might read a quote like this, or no, sorry, you read a case study in a shrink book, and you might relate to it a little bit, or learn something about it, or identify with it, or see how the shrink interpreted something for the client. Maybe it loosened something up in you. Then you had a dream, and then you got more memory and feeling coming back up to you, kind of thing. Interpretation of frustrated infantile transference love leads to memories. Yeah. See, if you get an interpretation, that's your story, that's your knowledge. So that's going to bring up memories and feelings. So first get your story, then the feelings come in. So the interpretation is like the nest, then the feelings come in. You don't control that. Just give the interpretation, and the feelings will come if they come. If the interpretation's pretty close, good enough, and then the feelings will come with it. The client tends to reenact his conflicts within the transference rather than recalling them. Okay, it's general tendency, right? General tendency is when people meet each other, if they're not aware of their past trauma, they're just going to recreate the whole thing in the present. It's a kind of folie droit, right? Because person A says to person B, okay, person B, you're going to play a role from my childhood. Person B does the same thing to A. So it's a little crazy like that, right? Nobody's seeing the other one. If it's love relationships, it's usually, you be the good parent that I needed back in the nursery. No, you be the good parent that I needed back in the nursery. Nobody's seeing anybody like this. I love you, you're perfect now, change. A title of a play. In most cases of therapy, the neurotic gratification of the transference outweighs the client's desire for recovery. So if he's projecting the needed good mother onto the therapist, and the therapist talks to him nicely, gee, his mother never spoke to him nicely and tenderly, and here the shrink is being patient, empathetic, and you're just indulging in that infantile place. So you're just indulging in the transfer. That's not going to heal. See, you got to interpret these things and make people aware of what's going on, not just indulge as if you're in the past trying to still get the soothing that you didn't get. The shrink's soothing, comforting words is like milk for the past. And give me milk, give me the words as milk. It doesn't work like that, right? So that's a lot of therapies like that. They just want to hear the nice soothing voice. Oh, you got such a nice soothing voice, or something like that. Okay. So gratification of the transference outweighs the client's desire for recovery. That might just be in the beginning, maybe, but the therapist has to interpret this, not indulge in it. And the therapy fails if he does so. If you just want to feel better, you talk to your friends, kind of thing. But if you want to get better, you do the analysis, if you can afford it. If you can't afford it, well, you can go to Dark Horse Publishing, get the comic, get this collection here, 1001 Windmills of the Mind. And read Masterson, read Karen Horney, Grotstein, Ogden, whatever. Find an analytic author that you kind of relate to, and just keep reading, basically. 10 minutes a day. The unconscious part of the wish to get well makes use of the transference to achieve satisfaction of the infantile drive in the present. Yeah, see, so there's the positive intention. There's the positive intention of transference. You're trying to get well. You're trying to get the love that was needed. That's the positive intention of getting others to cry for you. Because you wanted to cry. You just get proxies to cry, and you said no to them. But the positive intention was, well, if they're crying for you, then you're crying to get mother's love. The problem is you become the shaming mother, so you shame them. So it's all messed up like that. So we got to stop this barbaric CIRC procedure and any other kind of related birth traumas. And so that physiotherapist who talked about the positions for mothers, I was surprised about that. I think maybe she's onto something about the pros and cons of the different positions women can take when they're delivering. And some positions allow maximum flow for the baby, in correspondence with both the contractions and gravity and the mother's ability to scoop the baby to her bosom when he comes out. Basically the squat position, basically. But again, I'm not a doctor or medical. I'm not a doula. Oh yeah, that Barcelo woman, she's a doula. Yeah, I remember now. She's a doula, and she's on this lifelong campaign to make people aware of all the trauma taking place in the hospitals. She talks a lot about how ultrasound might be hurting the child, and what else was it? I didn't actually read her book, to tell you the truth. But I can understand why they banned. I can understand why they banned her. She kind of got carried away with calling hospitals, demonic ritual. Like she has this very strong, tough rhetoric, and in a way, she's kind of accidentally saying something true in a way, because when babies are traumatized, it facilitates the plundering and the pillaging. You see, so babies were deliberately traumatized 10,000 years ago in order to have the psychology needed to pillage and plunder. And this all started 10,000 years ago. So again, the theory about that is 2725 part 3 of 3. Next one here. Some clients with the masochistic traits, some clients deliberately refuse to disclose all their thoughts simply in the hope of exasperating. Battery's okay. Battery's okay. Right. Again, some clients with who are passive aggressive or self-defeating, etc., deliberately refuse to disclose all of their thoughts simply in the hope of exasperating the therapist so that he forcibly imposes the fundamental rule. Okay, so in the last video we talked about free association. Say what comes to mind. Okay, that helps to make unconscious conscious. So you woke up, had a dream. It's like this in my soul today, you say. That dream you had, that sequence you remember, you free associate further from it by asking yourself, this thing that I just dreamt, that I remember when I woke up, what does this remind me of? And go and write, or say, speak freely. Don't just freely, like, what does this remind me of? And you'll get some information. It's very powerful, it's very helpful. That's the so-called basic rule, the fundamental basic rule of psychoanalysis. Say what comes to mind. But you can do it yourself. Actually, here, our last one here is about that. The last one here. We must analyze our own dreams. So the simple way to do it is, what does this remind me of? That's you making the unconscious conscious. So by free associating, the act of free associating, because we want to heal, we want to bring important material to our consciousness. Free association is the prompt to do so. Another thing about dreams is you wake up, you had a dream. Okay, first of all, regard it as a letter from you to you. Regard it as a letter from your soul to you. If you get a letter from your soul to you, don't you want to read it? Now, Sanford makes it like this. All of the energy in the second self, the double self, the repressed self, the unknown self, the secret self, the straight, all the energy, okay, that's our life force that's bound up with all those traumatic memories stuck in there. All that energy in the past is called the id. Okay? In the Odyssey, for example, the id is personified as Poseidon, or one of the gods. It could be any one of these powerful gods. So if Poseidon gives you a letter, using Hermes sends you a letter. Hermes flies, here's a letter from the god. Don't you want to read it? If you get a letter from your soul to you, from your unconscious to you, don't you want to read it? So all you got, don't set the alarm clock early, deliberately to catch your dreams. Don't hurt yourself for that. Just whatever glimpses you get in the morning. You write it down, okay, TTAQ, title, theme, affect, question. Give the dream like a title, a theme, main affect, emotion, and cue question. See if you can formulate some kind of question you think maybe your unconscious self might be asking you. TTAQ. Okay, then you say, it's like this in my soul today. Take a fragment and say, what does this remind me of? What does this remind me of? Now if the client does this with the shrink guy, right? Oh, I had a dream last night. I'm going to tell you about it. But let's say this client doesn't know that his mother hurt him so much. So he wants to coax the therapist to verbally abuse him because his mother abused him. So he'll just withhold, be silent, frustrate the guy, and make him shout at him, no, you gotta say what comes right. Oh, okay. So that's for him to know how his mother treated him. If he coaxes the therapist to shout at him, that means maybe he's trying to know himself that his mother shouted at him or something like that. The client is always on the brink. The client is always on the brink of turning the real analyst into the archaic love object. Yeah. So you know realistically the therapist is a trained guy who's going to help you be a detective, and the two of you are going to be co-detectives as a team detectives. Okay, you're going to be Starsky and Hutch detectives or whatever. You're going to be team whatever, right? That was an unconscious Starsky and Hutch. I think I saw like an old the opening sequence, the theme, the cars running around. Yeah, so psychoanalysis is not a magic breast. One of Hart's notes, by the way, psychoanalysis is not a magic breast. The client is not passive. The client says some interpretation. It's like milk and you're going to be fed. No. The therapist is there to help you be a detective, teach you how to be a detective. He's a detective. He's going to teach you how to be a detective. Like a fisher person teaches a person how to fish. He's trying to teach you how to fish. Another metaphor for the unconscious, like an ocean. Fish are in there. You want to bring up the fish, the contents of the unconscious. Like a fish in the water, you want to bring it up to conscious, to the boat. Oh yeah, the client is always on the brink of turning the real analyst into the archaic love object. That's not a bad one. Because your need is there, right? Your need is to get mother's love. So you may start off thinking that you're going to be two detectives, but but that need to get mother's love, maybe you see the therapist as the good mother that should be there, and you expect the therapist to be a motherly kind of person now, and you're going to ignore the interpretations and just milk in the time with them, the routine with them, and just feel that you're with your mother kind of thing. That's the archaic love object. That's called falling in love, by the way. Transference love. We did a 5-video special run on transference love, infatuation, puppy love, where somebody in the present reminds you of the mother. Hence, the wiring that you laid down with the mother is all flared up, and in that wiring, there was a blissful oneness with the mother. So that blissful feeling of the blissful oneness that you had with the mother, okay, it's flared up in the present by the person in the present triggering that wiring, and then you transfer the mother to the person in the present. It's called transference love. Okay, and then that's the whole love at first sight thing, right? You don't even know them, just first sight. Whoa, you got all this electricity kind of thing. Well, that's because that person in the present reminds you of the mother, and the baby and the mother had an excited feeling back then. So that's just flared up by the person in the present triggering it. Now you want to continue that battle with the mother. So then you see that person in the present as an emotional reincarnation of that mother back in the past, and you say to them, oh, you're the one, you're perfect, you're my first, you're my last, you're my everything, you're the one. Oh, but please change. Please do it right. So you're thinking that you're back in the nursery, mother, change, do it right, please change, and you're doing it, continuing with the person in the present, who's like a symbol for the mother in the past, doesn't work. then you feel disappointed and you're angry with them. Well, take that anger to the source. And you did this whole thing to know your anger with the mother. There's always an as-if quality about transfers. So the person of the present, it's like a dream of your mother. It's as if you don't even know them, right? It's like a dreamy kind. Okay. Most clients have rather intense transference feelings, mobilized by the very decision to have an interview. Okay, so if you've been bottled up your whole life and you're finally going to see the shrink, a lot may be transferred immediately. Finally, someone's going to help me. But you don't think in an adult way. You just think maybe they're going to be my good parent that I never had. Yeah, I imagine like in the dating world, like if someone was out of the dating scene for a long time and they just step back in, there may be like a lot of expectations. Whenever analyst could make herself heard amidst a client with the bully patterns, paranoid shouting, she made transference interpretation that the client was afraid of her, and he needed to control her because she was the breast that threatened to run dry. So I'm surprised she managed to give this interpretation. So imagine the scene there, just imagine the scene. The client has the bully pattern, right? Some belligerent bully pattern type. And you got this lady there. And instantly, he's paranoid and all this. And you're gonna scam me, you're gonna cheat me, listen, like my mother did. You're gonna hurt me, you're using me, you're cheating me. Okay, so now now the guy's getting angry. And she said to him, you want to control me because you see me as the breast, and you want to control me because if I'm your mother's breast, then you can get the love that you needed, and you're worried that if you don't control me, the breast will run dry, she said. So this is the original case scenario. When the baby's nursing, it's a matter of heaven and hell for the baby. If the baby's nursing properly, he's in heaven. His paradise continues. His blissful oneness paradise, Garden of Eden, continues. The baby cannot handle ambivalence. It's either or, perfect or forget it, all or nothing. The baby cannot handle the mother not doing it right. If the mother's missing it, okay, baby's enraged. He wants to control the breast mother, to compel her to be a loving, good breast mother, because the baby can't accept ambivalence. He can't accept imperfection. The baby needs perfection, a blissful union with the goddess breast. He needs that kind of thing. The baby can't handle anything other than that. The moment it's not that, it's heaven and hell. It's either heaven, that's where your binary either or thinking comes from. The baby is in that kind of way of thinking. So if the mother's misattuned and all that, he's enraged, and with the rage, he has the fantasy that he wants to control the breast, to change it. So here, it's coming up now in the client. He was shouting at her, and she said, oh, you're trying to control me because you're afraid the breast won't be there for you. Next one. If the client distorts his understanding of the therapeutic situation by misinterpreting it in terms of the past, they're really getting into the buffet thing. Let's see, how much time do we have left here? Geez, 4:30 already, eh? I've only got... Well, when the first guest comes in, I'll move. Maybe I can use that third floor when this gets busy here. Yeah, last week it was like that. Last week I was here on a Saturday. Yeah. If the client distorts his understanding of the therapeutic situation by misinterpreting it in terms of the past, he is not able to assimilate the disturbing interpretation by struggling openly with the reactivated conflict. So he's still in the past. He can't integrate it into the present if he's too swelled up feeling that he's in the past, kind of thing. Yeah, so he can't integrate and accept the interpretation as belated understanding if he's so caught up in the past like that. All right. We never give an interpretation which concerns only the past. The interpretation must be related to the current living situation existing between analyst and client. Yeah. So you got to make the link. Right? The person has a pattern in their life. What they're doing with everybody all over the place all the time, like a pattern in their life. When did it begin? And then to catch a here and now live example of that pattern being played out in the present, in the here and now, with the therapist or the person in the present, and you link the 3 points. You have this pattern. You learned it back then. That's why you're doing this in the present. A transference repetition connects the analyst with the prototype. The prototype, that's the mother, right? So there's a link, that past-present link. You're seeing the prototype. So your attitudes about the person in the present is to let you know of your original attitudes to the mother. Transference phenomena indicate the will of the client to remain dysfunctional. Okay, so it's dysfunctional to keep repeating the same thing over and over again without consciousness. So you're loyal to the past, you're loyal to the mother if you're not going to be aware that you're trying to make yourself conscious and you're resistant to getting the message from yourself to yourself because you're in so much pain with the mother. You're such a painful trauma bond with her, and you become her. And to separate from her, you're going to feel the fury. So how are you going to do that if you don't feel safe and have enough understanding for her? If no sign of progress occurs after transference interpretations are given or even rejected, transference fantasies are still highly charged. So let's say the shrink does give a good interpretation. My favorite example is about that woman who wanted to have a baby, and she said, "Hold the phone here, let me go to the shrink first." Shrink said to her, "Oh yes, you're letting me know what kind of childhood you had." "What do you mean?" she said. "You're letting me know what kind of mother you had and how it felt being with her. Go on. You're putting me in the role of you and you're acting like her, and I feel like a kind of a tug and a pressure to maybe feel what you felt with her." She got it, she wept, she understood. Okay, she got back, she got some empathy because she got in touch with her feelings. She got in touch with her feelings. Then when she had the baby, she could be a loving mother for the baby. She didn't need to shame her baby to reenact how the mother had shamed her, because she recreated that cycle with the shrink guy, and he helped her as a detective to make her conscious of it. So when she became conscious of it, she doesn't need to repeat. If she didn't do that, she would repeat it to the baby. But the baby can't say, "Mother, are you shaming me because your mother shamed you? Did my grandmother shame you? Is that what you're doing? Is that why you're shaming me? Because my grandmother shamed you?" The baby can't do that. No matter how clever the baby is. There's a quote in yesterday's video about the clever baby. That's a good one. Somebody had a dream about a clever baby because he condensed his babyhood memories with the knowledge and wisdom of the therapy process. He blurted it in together and had a dream about a clever baby, that he was a clever baby now. Something like that. Clients unable to gain insight from transference interpretations have an insatiable need for love and attention and seem to develop an addiction to analysis. So again, some clients, it seems the shrinks are pointing out that some clients are just going in for the good feeling of it all, that their little child and the therapist is going to be a surrogate parent, and they're just indulging in that kind of fantasy. So it feels good for the moment, It's not healing. So do you want to feel better? Do you want to get better? So people are just going in, well, I just want to feel a little better here. Talk to me nicely. My mother never talked to me nicely. So they're still in that childlike place. So they're not. So if an interpretation is given to them, they may reject it because they're addicted to, oh, just talk to me nicely. I don't care about your interpretations. I want the routine. I come twice a week or whatever. Nice little room here, you and me one-on-one. You give me all your attention. I never had that before. Maybe they're addicted. When the client comes to respect the meaning of therapy, all his symptoms take on a transference meaning. Yeah. So once the client knows, he's trying to know about his past, then what's happening in the present between the two of them takes on a transference meaning. All right. The analyst treats the transference symptom as illusion. So the shrink knows that the client is projecting. The client doesn't. All right. Having the full sympathetic attention of another human being leads the client to feel he is loved by the analyst, causing disillusionment and regression. Oh yeah, so if the therapist does indulge in this, all right, no analysis, I'm not going to help you to be a detective. You don't want to learn how to fish. You don't want to you don't want to grow up and mourn and grieve. You just want to be coddled, kind of thing. Well, that's going to be regressive. See, it's not helping him, right? Maybe in emergency situations, he may need a bit of it to get him through a patch, but then he's got to go back to do analysis. Right? The menacing illusion of transference love, by showing that which takes to be new life, to be new real life, is a reflection of the past. Okay, so what he believes to be love in the present, it's a reflection of the thing with the past. So there was a past interaction, it's unfinished business, it's frozen, it's a struggle with the mother, unfinished, frozen struggle. The person can't love in the present until he deals with the past. So he transfers the past to the present. The present isn't real, it's just a reflection of the past. Identifications with the analyst should be analyzed, as they often prove to be transference repetitions of infantile identifications. Yeah, so don't. Okay, yeah, that's a tough one. Okay. Oh yeah, that's a tough one. Right. Identifications of the analyst should be analyzed, as they often prove to be transference repetitions of infantile identifications. Yeah, so don't literally. That's a tough. Hang on a second. I thought he wants to identify with the analyst. I thought that's something that the client should do. No. You want to internalize a memory relationship where the shrink taught you how to fish, and later on you can fish for yourself. You want to internalize the skill and the interaction. You don't want to just blindly think you're him, the way the baby blindly thinks he's the mother. Okay, that kind of thing. All right. The link between the client and the analyst, or infant and breast, is the mechanism of projective identification. So baby in the breast, there's a problem there. Okay. So baby in the breast, from the baby's end, they're one. That means the mother should feel what the baby's feeling. They're feeling the same thing. Then if the mother is feeling what the baby's feeling, then the mother got the message of what the baby's feeling. If the mother gets the message of what the baby's feeling, then the mother's going to soothe the baby. There's going to be a cycle like that. Baby sends the message, mother gets it, soothes. If that's failed, because the rubber nipple, plastic bottle, that's failed, then in the present, you want others to feel what you're feeling. So you coax them to feel shame, hurt, upset, all your abandonment, depression, your despair and all. You want others to feel what you're feeling, thinking that if others can display what you're feeling, you can think in your fantasy that there's a oneness of feeling. Oh, you're back in the nursery, oneness of feeling with the mother, and the person in the present being a proxy for mother in the past, no time, mother's going to soothe you. Doesn't make sense? The person in the present cannot be the good breast mother soothing experience from the past, so it doesn't work. So this mechanism is called projective identification. So he feels shame, coax others to feel shame. Okay? Then believe they are the shame to you. So now you're one, blissful, now you're the same. The way the baby and the mother are the same. Now if you think somebody in the present is the same with you, then you can imagine that the mother knows what you're feeling and you're both feeling the same thing. Now the hope is finally, mother is going to soothe you, i.e. the person in the present is going to soothe you, i.e. the person in the present is going to magically invent a time machine, a morphing machine, take you back to the nursery, okay, where the person in the present becomes the good mother in the past, the projector becomes the baby again, and the good breast now soothes them. Okay, this whole fantasy is called projective identification. So infinite breast, okay, flash, okay, in the present is client and analyst. If the analysis can deal with the infantile problem as restaged in the transference situation, the nature of the dreams will change. All right. So if you get an interpretation, you'll get liberating dreams. More feelings will come up. That's the whole thing. You learn something in the day. It's interesting. Now at night, the feelings may come up. So you wake up, you got a dream, a message from your soul, okay, and free your soul, see a little further, and cycle it around. Day, sun, moon, day, night. You want this yin yang. You want this harmony between the consciousness between the two sides of you, like the sun and the day, okay, like the moon and like the sun and the moon and the day and the night. Okay, your consciousness and your unconsciousness, the yang and the yin and the yang. Again, if the therapy can deal, if the therapy can make an interpretation of how you restage the past in the present, recreated the past in the present, well, your dreams will change. Now more is coming up to your consciousness. Make the unconscious conscious. That's the yin and the yang. Make the unconscious conscious. That's one way of meaning. That's one. That yin and yang symbol is an amazing symbol, a powerful, wonderful symbol. It can be used. It can be applied in so many ways. Merriam Woodman says that if your feeling self is wounded, then your doing, the yang, the masculine, is going to be distorted. So the feeling self, and the moon and the yin, okay, if your feeling self is wounded, then your doing is distorted. If you heal your feeling, then your doing will be natural, yang and yin, right? Yin and yang. If you got your healthy yin, your yang will be normal. If your feeling self, she calls it the feminine principle, the feeling self. If the quote-unquote feminine is wounded, meaning your golden ball is wounded, then your doingness is distorted. You're not making sense. You're always angry. You're repeating the past or present. Not making. It's distorted. So heal your feeling, then your doing will be normal. Your doing is a reflection of your being, the yang and the yin and the yang kind of thing. That kind of link. So, Michael Jackson, you want things, the behavior better outwardly. We'll start with the man in the mirror, inside out. As above, so below. Man in the mirror. Woman in the mirror. Leaving consulting room door open as depreciation of the doctor. So if the client, just a little passive-aggressive gesture, right? The client leaves, oh, I'm not going to close the door, I'm going to leave it open, show my anger. So you're angry. That's called passive. That's one example of being passive-aggressive, right? If there's a meeting and all this, and you're angry with the person, if things are okay, then when they leave, they'll gently close the door. Right? Now, obviously, if they slam the door, then clearly they're angry. Right? But if they just leave and just widely leave the door open, that might be like, yeah, I don't care about you. I'm not going to respect you. And that's what it means, right? So we have a thread on passive aggressiveness. That's maybe one new example of it. To what degree has the applicant realized that his need to treat others stems from an inner need for self-therapy? Okay, so this is called positive magic gesture. Some people enter into the profession of therapy to help others, not knowing or that really what they want is that someone will analyze them and help them. So some people help others to say, gee, I wish someone could help me. That's called a positive magic gesture. A positive magic gesture. See, mother, see how nice I am to others? I wish you were nice to me. Not all kind, obviously not all acts of kindness are like that, but sometimes maybe. Looking in order to avoid psychoanalytic rule of free association. Yeah, so the therapy work is to say what comes to mind, to free associate. Just free associate. Okay, lamp, shade, yellow, wood, brown, square. Like you just associate, just keep going and see what comes up, right? Square, geek, high school. Okay, a name came to my mind. Okay. So poor guy. Okay, maybe that's me. I'm a poor guy. All that from lamp. So I felt I linked to my embarrassment. So you just try like that. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to try out free association. You can start with anything, right? You can start with anything. A mundane object or some interaction or some conversation or some person. Okay, so I can see a couple on a motorbike. Okay, romance, love. Just be associated. Just keep going. Woman's. Okay, this one I'm not gonna read it. It's maybe about the model issue. I'm not sure. Some of these one time. Oh yeah, on that screen. There's a screen. I don't know if you can see this. Yeah, that screen there. One time I was here, they had the catwalk thing. They had these very stiff, tall, rigid kind of models, cold-looking, rigid, stiff, tense, walking, doing the catwalk thing. That kind of reminded me of this. Woman's rigidity in body and movement shown in analysis of personality defense against seductiveness. So maybe there's like a layered seductiveness. These women walking like robots or something. Maybe they want to walk more in a seductive way, but they're afraid to, so they constrict it. And maybe the viewers sense it and feel an uncanny drawn attraction, that there is a seduction underneath the rigidness. But that wasn't the point made last time. The point made last time was the voyeurism. So I remember the women on the catwalk thing. They had this real area, like a self-sufficient superiority. I don't need anybody. I'm a little superior elite being or something. I don't need you. I don't need anybody. I can walk. I can strut and do my thing. Walk up and down, back and forth like this. I don't need you. And they had this kind of cold, aloof, superior, I don't need you attitude. And the voyeurs, the watchers, maybe have that themselves and use the models as proxies for their infantile megalomania of wishing they could go back to the uterus where they were self-sufficient and special and one and chosen with. So in other words, she's on the throne. The catwalk girl's on the throne. I'm on the throne. I don't need you. I'm on the throne. The voyeurs, gee, I wish I could have that feeling. I can't. She has it. She'll feel it for me. Proxy feeling. Vicarious identification. She's expressing what I wish I could feel and express and know. There's the voyeur. The voyeur wish to be on the throne again. That's a sign of trauma. That's a sign of trauma, for sure. Oh, is that that? I still don't know if that's Miss Dolly Parton. She made a joke once. She said, I don't know if I'm holding them up or if they're holding me up. Do you have any idea how expensive it is to make me look like this? She has a sense of humor. Huh? I mentioned it because in the last year they were playing Dolly Parton and YouTube kept blocking because all that's copyrighted. So I couldn't go back there because it kept playing those Dolly Parton songs. So and now I'm not sure if that's her, but I think it's okay because last time I was here that played and it didn't get blocked. So I think we're okay. All right. But she does yeah, she sang The Greatest Love of All, right? Is that the one that Whitney Houston sings. Despite the greatest caution, the analyst's attitude and interpretation will be experienced by some clients in certain phases, either as a seduction, a rejection, a punishment, depending on where they're at, right? So therapists might be trying to be helpful. Oh, are you like promising mother? Ooh, or luring? Wait a minute, you're criticizing me? Or you're punishing me? So that's a reflection of the transference, how he takes the interpretation. No, the analyst is an adult who is trying to help you to learn how to fish for yourself, how to help you make your unconscious conscious. That's all he is. But you're seeing him as the cruel mother. You're seeing him as the seductress mother. What is it? Okay, next one. One woman who regarded herself as a femme fatale maintained that two doctors, a famous shrink, and a friend managed to turn a professional relationship that she had with her into an affair with her, but she denied any responsibility. I didn't know who Hart was quoting, and before I read who Hart was quoting, I wonder if that's Marilyn Monroe or something. But no, it turns out to be, maybe it's K Menninger, maybe it's him. My guess about the femme fatale thing, it's this real issue of symbiosis. It's this real attunement of trying to recreate the symbiosis, the symbiosis, right? But she's angry at the mother, right? She needs the mother and she hates the mother. So hooking the mother and then hates the mother. So they know how to say the sweet word. They know how to say what you need, what you want to hear. They know your fantasies. They know your unmet needs, and they can present themselves that way and hook in the oneness. And then now they get their anger at them, because that's a communication that they had a promise with the mother, and mother failed them, rejected them. So they recreate that, recreate the promise and reject them. So she identified with the aggressor. We must analyze our dreams. Last one here. Okay, that's it. Yeah, that's it there. So let me just take a 1 minute break here. Okay, let me just see for myself so the exercise, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to pick one quote, identify one quote of interest, write it down, make a note of it, put it in a notebook, copy paste it, do something with it, and then free associate from it. What does this remind me of? Your mission, should you choose to accept it. So Robert Bly, I'm paraphrasing Robert Bly, 10 minutes a day, read psychology 10 minutes a day. So in each video there's roughly 10 minutes worth of reading, and my hope is that one quote will be of interest. I think in some videos there might be 2 or 3, and in some videos there may be none, right? So we have 1,000 videos here. So 1 a day, 3 years, not a bad exercise, should you choose to accept it, your mission. Give the scarecrow a brain, weave a basket, be a detective. No, this is not a magic breast here. There's no magic here. There's not a magic breast. We're trying to be a detective here. These are clues, these are prompts, these are ballpark theories, these are hypotheses. Rumpelstiltskin, we're just searching for the right words kind of thing. And sometimes you get lucky and a dream comes up. So, and then you get some more feelings and a belated understanding. That's making the unconscious conscious, right? And as we do that, we close the gap between our real self and our false self. And the ultimate goal is to live life from the real self, right? Not in the compulsion to replay the past to get the love that was needed to have the real self. So interpret your repetition compulsions to get back your real self. Yeah, I like this first one here. In order to learn to know ourselves, we must first become strangers to ourselves. Yeah. Transference is the unrealistic identities unconsciously given to others. Okay. Transference reactivates the past. Yeah, see, transference, you're reliving the past now. You're still in the past. Hence, interpretations of this transference is going to be helpful because you're linking the present and the past. Interpretation leads to memories. So either we try to recall our past through free association and so on, or we just reenact the conflict and continue the struggle with the mother, with somebody in the present. Okay, and a few quotes in this batch talk about people just wanting to milk in the environment and just remain childlike to feel better. But there is a positive intention of repetition compulsion. This one here. The unconscious part of the wish to get well. So there is this wish to get well. We're trying to get well. We're trying to heal. There is this innate drive for healing. This innate drive for healing is going to make use of transference in an attempt to find love. Okay, the passive-aggressive one who makes others angry. All right. Yeah, this one's okay. The client is always on the brink of turning the person you understand as somebody in the present into the archaic love object. Yeah, that's a good one. So if you're like all excited about somebody in the present, that's probably the archaic love object. You're the person in the present who doesn't return your love and all, unrequited love. That's a disappointment, right? But if you have immense strong feelings, well, that's the archaic love object. That's your rage at the bad breastfeeding experience. Remember, breastfeeding is heaven and hell, huh? It's a matter of heaven and hell for the baby. Oh yeah, this one here. The young lady with the bully client, she said to him, "Yeah, you need to control me because you see me because yeah, you don't want the breast to go away. Okay, so we got to distinguish that the present, that in the present we're seeing the past. Can we do that? Resistance to doing that means you're going to stay dysfunctional, or he calls it here sick here. Yeah, see, the client takes transference at its face value. Oh no, it's an illusion. You're seeing me, and you're relating to me emotionally as the mother, because you have unfinished business with the mother, a struggle with the mother, and you need to see me as the mother and think that I'm the mother. It's an illusion. The client has this dire need to distort reality, and he only sees the projection of his need. But the therapist is aware of this. So the therapist brings the present, right? The client brings the past. Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry, looking in order to avoid the psychoanalytic rule of verbalization. Okay, so that's a defense against, that's a defense mechanism. He's supposed to feel associated and all this, but then the pain came up, too much emotions came up, as a defense against, so what he did to soothe himself or squelch the pain or numb the pain or get away from the pain, he would just like look at something. Oh, what's that? He would look at something. So looking at something in the room, oh, that's an interesting painting you have there, change the topic, look at something. That's because he's resisting the work of making the unconscious conscious. So then you want to catch that moment. Oh, I noticed you were saying this, and just now you looked at the painting, talked about the painting. Just notice that moment there. For more information about this point, Paul Gray has a book called The Ego and Analysis of Defense. Not a bad book. Yeah, a little bit on the jargony side, but because it has the same message throughout the whole book, it's okay, right? So sometimes interpretations are too promising, sometimes they're... And this issue of not accepting something. Okay. Like an interpretation is something valuable, it's something good, right? Sometimes one quote was, like, to accept something good that's helpful, it's gonna bring up the memory and all the pain of not getting any goodness. So to not feel that pain, they reject the goodness of the interpretation as a defense against too much coming up. Hold a second. Yeah, so people, we have a very good quote from a shrink who said, if you don't feel grateful for anything, if you don't feel any kind of gratitude, okay, well, now we're not talking about the cynical gratitude that stingers have. Oh yeah, I'm glad that bad thing happened. Not that kind of cynical. Okay, I mean genuine gratitude. He said, make it up in your mind that there's something wrong. If you don't feel any kind of warmth of gratitude in any way, I'm kind of grateful that these staff here kind of put up with me a little bit and let me use this open space here. And they've been kind of like maybe a little bit, yeah, welcome, you're welcome here, kind of thing. And I'm grateful. I feel a little grateful in that moment, right? I'm grateful to find Hart's notes. I'm really like, it's almost lost. It almost got lost. Can you believe it? If that guy who didn't find it, Jesus, it would have been lost, I think. I think it would have been lost. I think there were only a few copies of Hart's notes made. There's no information about it on the net. Nothing. Zilch. One university says they have a copy of it in their own library that's only available to students of that university. So you got to be at that university and be a student of that university. Then you can access it like physically. Oh my God, give me a break. That's like the only printed copy of it available, it seems. One shop sells like the table of contents part. That's useless. Who cares about that, right? And originally, Mr. Hart had these in the form of booklets. I noticed somebody trying to sell a couple of his booklets, just like kind of like what we have here in 1001 Windmills of the Mind. We have 60 booklets actually. There's a lot in common between Hart's work and what we're doing here. Now the difference is I'm directly plucking the quotes from the shrinks, so you're getting the juicy, meaty insight from the shrinks directly. Now Hart himself seems to be a shrink himself. He was a professor himself, so he had the skill to kind of summarize and make his own note, and he did a good job. I think he did a very good job, basically. It would have been, yeah, maybe he could have also grabbed some of the quotes from these articles as well. I don't know. Oh no, I think his intention was to have one source book where people can look up the topic, and if they're interested, they can go to the journal that had the article. So maybe that was his intention, I think. But in our collection here, I've just I've saved people some work here because I've just directly identified the gem of the article and plucked that out into our collection here. So we have 10,000 gems here, right? Now that's a highly subjective opinion, so that's why I'm saying 1 out of 10. Hopefully 1 out of 10 you'll like. 1 out of 10 you'll like. So we have 10,000 quotes, so if 1 out of 10 you like, there's 1,001 Windmills of the Mind for each person. Just a starting point, just a starting point. The comic psychoanalysis, Masterson, Karen Horney, so much more. I would say read all the quotes just done in this year, 2024. All of the quotes for this year, most of them are by Janov. Okay, beginning 2745. I would say read all the quotes till present, 2745 to present, 2781, 45 to 81, 2745 to 2781. There are a lot of good quotes. Oh, what am I talking about? There's excellent quotes throughout the whole thing. They're not, these quotes, the recent quotes aren't better than the previous quote. They're all excellent, stellar, sparkling gems, in my humble opinion. Now these quotes, as best as I see them, fit Grice's criteria for communication. So quantity, not too short, not too long. Quality, okay, 1 out of 10, subjective of course. Okay, relevant, all relevant to the topic of being your own psychological detective, narrative story doctor, your own story doctor. And the manner, Oh my God, come on, the manners friendly. These are written by doctors. These are soul doctors. Most of the quotes are from medical doctors. Do no harm, right? Medical doctors, they want to help. Medical doctors who then specialized in the talking cure. So these are the shrinks, not in the pharmacy. We're not interested in that. These are the talking cure shrinks. These are two different types of shrinks, right? A lot of current day shrinks just peddle out prescriptions or something. Not those ones. We're talking about the talking cure, the analytic shrinks. Those ones. The shrinks who went to an analytic institute, studied the psychoanalytic perspective. Now, you don't have to be a medical doctor to have a psychoanalytic mind. There are some self-help books written by self-help authors who are not shrinks, but who went to shrinks and got analyzed, felt inspired, and wrote a self-help book. So we have hundreds of quotes from excellent self-help authors who have been analyzed by the shrinks. No embarrassment about it. It's actually a sign of wanting to heal yourself. So there's no embarrassment to say, apparently in some places it's a status symbol. Oh yeah, my shrink said this, or my shrink said that. He's your shrink. Oh wow. In some places it's considered kind of a status. Yeah, so I got two kind of delightful surprises this year. Finding Janoff's work, Arthur Janoff, 16 books, clear writer, talks about symbolic acting out, talks about how beliefs can trigger endorphins. Interesting discussion. Beliefs can trigger endorphins. That whole topic's in there. The difference between genuine catharsis and the blowing off steam, sham feeling like actors one. And then we did a 3-video special run recently on that topic as well. And now we're doing this is part 5 of Hart's notes. And I think the next video I'm going to take an initial attempt at this so-called talionic thing. I once looked into this whole revenge topic, thinking that it should be a booklet, it should be a topic. I couldn't really find much on it, to tell you the truth. And the best source we have is Karen Horney. She has an excellent article called Vindictiveness, something vindictiveness. Karen Horney, one of her mentors. So you'll find that quote. It's a whole. Actually, her maybe there was a moment of nervousness or anxiety. Is it possible he heard me? Let me think. Vindictiveness. Maybe he heard the word vindictiveness. No, I don't think so. Another way down there. Okay, I can see. Oh no, I can see the buffet table. Yeah, the food is coming on the tables. The food is making an appearance already. Isn't it too soon? 5:15. Masterson mentioned this, that his clients mainly have the narcissistic personality pattern, the bully pattern, like those kind of patterns, the stinger personality patterns. And in those clients of his that have a stinger personality pattern, he says in all of those cases, at some point, he had to face this issue in their clients of this issue of wanting to get identification with the aggressor, but he said it's this talionic response thing. So people who are very abused and all this as babies, they have this talionic kind of quality to them. Okay, so they're very negative towards others, and because they identified with the aggressor. So if you're going to heal, he said, you got to address this issue. Specifically, you got to address this issue. It's uncivilized, right? An eye for an eye leaves everybody blind. That kind, you got to, if you're going to heal, you got to resolve this or face this, because like in ancient Middle Ages, so he quoted one book about this, or in ancient Middle Ages time, they indulged in that kind of thing, and that's the barbarism of the Middle Ages or something. So he said, so he kind of said, as a teaching point, he was saying, clients who are traumatized, it's kind of like how, if all of humanity were somehow we're back at that place, an individual's back at something like that. So you're going to heal, you have to face this issue. So there's a difference between the talionic response and trying to engage in the healing process and the justice of forgiveness and understand. No, okay, when we say forgiveness, we mean understanding. Understanding and forgiveness are synonymous. So this is all an attempt to create understanding. Understanding. So there's a difference between the talionic thing and like the revenge thing, thinking that it's justice. It's not. But some people confuse it. They think the talionic is justice. So this is a tough one for me. This is going to be the next video is going to be just I got to start somewhere. So this next video I'm going to do on the talionic thing, which will be 2782. So I'll take a break from Hart's notes for the next video and come back to it. I just want to lay down some seeds kind of thing. So in the next video, I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, put it that way. I'm just going to pass along some quotes that I find, and I have question marks on all of them. I got to start somewhere. So usually I quote Robert Bly. When Robert Bly speaks to an audience, he says to the audience, 30% of what you're going to hear tonight in this lecture is wrong. It's up to you to figure out which 30%. So I've maintained that attitude all throughout this here, 1001, Windmills of the Mind. So likewise, in this video, 30% of what you heard is wrong. It's up to you to figure out which 30%. When I did the Janov material, it was more like 50% is wrong, and the viewer has to figure out, or the listener has to figure out which 50% is wrong. But this next video, it's going to be like 80% is wrong. We got to find maybe the 20% that might be helpful. The most helpful one, the one that kind of Masterson's point that a lot of clients, if they're going to heal, they got to face this issue. Another one was Elizabeth Howell, linking it to identification with the aggressor. And what is identification with the aggressor? Think about it. The baby and the mother are one, right? They're one. If the mother squelches the baby's soul and mind and is empty there, in that emptiness, in that vacuum of the emptiness, all that's there is the mother's abuse. That becomes the baby's mind. That's identification with the aggressor. So identification with the aggressor is, he's going through life wanting to get back at his mother, but he is the mother now. So how does he get back at his mother when he is the mother? Okay, well, there's the problem. He sees everybody as his mother, wants to get back at everybody, kind of thing. Like today's news item where these 100 plus innocent people were waiting for Jesus Christ. And then the excuse was, why did you do that? Okay, remember the boogeyman image in the mind? Okay, they see it everywhere all the time. So they always feel threatened. And that was the excuse for what they did. So mothers shouldn't have it whereby the baby ends up with a monster image in the mind. That monster image is a composition of the bad breast experience, the bad mother breastfeeding experience. No, the mother didn't want to eat the baby or hurt the baby, but it was a frustrating, painful experience nonetheless. But the baby then, it's his experience of her that counts. It's not the reality of her that counts, it's his experience of her. The baby's experience of the mother is that he's not going to make it, he's enraged, mother's a monster hurting him, baby wants to control her, mother wants to control him, baby wants to devour, mother wants to devour. You see, it's all messed up like this. So it's the baby's experience. So mothers have a real important role here. Their most important role, A, is to make sure there's paradise in the uterus. B, laboyer, okay, house and kennel. Maybe the squatting, I don't know about that one. But C, the C one is key. That's an overlooked one. From birth to 4 to 5 months, a blissful oneness for the baby. On the baby's end, a blissful oneness for the baby. The mother allows herself to be used in that way. So she's the symbiotic object for the baby. Plates are coming in. Oh, I can see the steam over the food, or the water maybe. Yeah, the main dish seems to be out. The turkey or the roast or whatever it is. Well, this is working out okay. I did this last Saturday, and when the first guest came, oh yeah, I think I did a walk around a little bit. Maybe this time I'll just close it here. When the first guests come, I won't extend it, I'll just close it up here. Oh yeah, so what was it again? Okay, so for me, the first one, I like the first one. The one by Theodore Reik here. In order to learn to know ourselves, we must first become strangers to ourselves. That's a great one. Okay, these transference ones are okay. Yeah, I like them. They're okay. Yeah, I like this one here. The archaic love object quote. Jesus Christ, eh? So the intense emotionality, it's towards that primitive rage of the nursery, the archaic love object. That means the envy breast, the rejecting breast, the shaming breast. That's the archaic love object. And if you're too triggered, you can't think reasonably in the present. Yeah, that one there. Interpretations have to link the past and the present, called past-present links. And the person in the present, it's linked to the prototype of love in the past. But if the prototype of love, the shaming breast mother, that's the prototype, oh boy. How do we heal from that? Yeah, we gotta forgive the mother. So our chapter, our leaflet, our booklet on forgiveness begins with Bruce Springsteen, YouTube, Independence Day, Toronto. The intro he gives to that song. Okay, once again, the guy who filmed it was way up in the rafters, so you don't see him, but the audio is clear. Now that song, Independence Day, just means like emotional Independence Day, emotional emancipation, emotional freedom from the shaming mother. So he talked about that he got his emotional, the ties that bind, right, the trauma bond. He was free from the trauma bond. He got his freedom. He found himself, kind of. It's like that. That's a good little song. And the intro he gives is about that the way to get that is by seeing the third side of the coin. Every story has two sides. Okay, try to find the third side. Go to 2599, the fifth quote there. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to look up TQ 2599 and read those quotes in there. In particular, the first 5. Yeah, this is not a bad one actually. Transference phenomena particularly indicate the wish of the client to remain dysfunctional. So that's called emotional masochism, like that. Oh, the femme fatale. She claimed. Yeah, here's what confused me about this one. She claimed that she didn't play any role. She claimed that she did nothing to convert the professional relationship she was supposedly having with her doctors and all this into an affair thing. She had no idea that she was alluring them and appealing to them and making little innuendos of seductive promises and all this. She had no idea that she played any role in it. She completely said it's 100% by the shrinks and the doctors who did this. That's quite a test for the shrink. If a Donna Juana, like a Don Juan, a female Don Juan, they call Donna Juana, right? If she's, there's another quote. I don't have it here. One lady who was a femme fatale managed to destroy every man she met, or hurt every man she met, except the shrink. She couldn't trick the shrink. She got so enraged, she packed up her bags and left the city. She couldn't stay in that city because that was the one place where she couldn't hurt the man. Can you believe it? So, to accept, to not be able to repeat what the mother did to her, to not be able to repeat it, that means it's going to bring up the pain of what the mother did to her. As a defense against that pain, she left the city. Well, I should have kept that quote. Actually, that's actually a better one than this one. All right, never mind. The menacing illusion of transference love by showing that which he takes to be new real life is a reflection of the past. So sometimes what we take to be new real life, it's really only a reflection of the past. This is the rare time I'm going to include somebody quoting Freud here. So we have a couple of these notes is when Hart quotes Mr. Freud. That's sort of an exception on my end. Otherwise, we don't have any Freud quotes due to the translation problem. But since Hart is such a clear writer and all this and an intelligent guy, so I'm gonna trust him in this area. Maybe he knows German. I don't even know if he knows German, so maybe he even knows German. Having the full attention of another person leads one to feel he is loved, causing fantasies and regression. Yeah, Janoff makes a big point about this too. That people just care for that. They just like this twice a week time the two of them, therapist, full attention, full listening with the third ear, full presence. Just wow, I never had that, and they're just indulging in it. But it's insatiable. It can be greedy and addictive. It's greedy and addictive. It can never change the past. So there has to be an interpretation about this to make the person aware of this, so he can mourn what he didn't get. Let's see, what time is it? 5:34. We could walk to there's another little restaurant in a boutique hotel that I went twice, about a 10-minute walk. We could go there. It's Saturday. No, it's Saturday. It's going to be busy, right? I could go to the next hotel for a little bit and sit there for a bit. Yeah, let's do that. That way I can give these people enough time and space to do the thing. Give me a minute to pack up here. Well, these are very useful. These sleeves, these plastic sleeves, they've been great. Yeah. One second. Yeah, and they sort of have this double-sided effect. I can do one side and then flip it to the other side. Thank you. I'll just return the cup here. Here, it's okay? We're still recording? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that first one I like very much. We gotta feel like we're a stranger to ourselves. So now you're curious, you're gonna be open-minded and curious, and finally getting to know your feelings and that kind of thing.
Second row.
Hold on a second. Okay, let's continue. I wonder if I can use this. Front desk is right there. Let's try here. Okay, let's just spend a few minutes here before we close up. So yeah, oh, nice chairs here. Yeah, that film called That Uncertain Feeling. I mentioned already, but it was not about not a famous film, not an excellent film or anything. I found it because the main guy, the husband who plays in it, plays in another film called The Amazing Mr. Williams. The Amazing Mr. Williams. What's his name? Melville or something? I forgot his last name. There's a trains in that film called The Amazing Mr. Williams. There's a train scene in there that's pretty dramatic. Yeah, it's the guy. One guy is being wrongly accused of something, right? And then because of that, the son is not going to have a father anymore. So this father got very genuinely, authentically, understandably angry, of course. He slammed the table on the train and shouted to the guy, you know, what you're doing is, my son here, you're going to rob him of a father. You're going to take the sweetness out of his life. Tell me something. Where does a kid go from there? Like, what does a kid do with that? With such an extreme injustice kind of thing. Well, luckily, things got sorted out and everything was okay. But that actor who played in it, he also played in this other film called That Uncertain Feeling. Oh yeah, back to anger. Anger is an expression of needs not being met. Right? Oh, hang on a sec. He's gone? All right. See here for a bit. This hotel is a nice little lobby area. There's more light here, yeah. So F and N, feelings and needs. When needs are met, feelings are pleasant. Needs are unmet, feelings, okay, joy and sadness. The pleasant feelings are gone, joy and sadness zooped away, back to the first brain, anger's at the console, right? So anger is not a primary thing. It's a reaction to when the baby's needs are not being met. So back to that film called That Uncertain Feeling. So our song for that was Dreamboat Annie by the band Hart. There's a line in there, sad faces painted over with those magazine smiles. So she was a bit like that. The young lady in that film was a bit like that. So she painted over her real self, denied her real self, pushed away her real self, and put this magazine smile, this fake self. It made her successful and all this, but it didn't matter, right? It's the feelings that's the issue. So when you bury your feelings like that, then the body bears the burden. So the image is water converts to ice. Water converts to ice. Feelings that don't flow go to the body, and some part of the body hardens up, so to speak. So there's a psychosomatic symptom, right? By the way, psychosomatic symptoms reveal and conceal the pain. Bit of a compromise like that. So she had this symptom, not a major symptom, but anyways, the point was that she had a physical symptom, but she respected that and understood that as a communication that something's off here. So she went to the shrink guy and she said, oh yeah, you have a stranger within you. There's a stranger inside of you. You don't know him? I'm going to help you get to know this person. She joked and said, I'm afraid of strangers. But back to the comic, I forgot about this, the comic psychoanalysis. The shrink said the very same thing to Freddy. You know, Freddy, there's a part of you that you don't even know. He's an amazing guy. I'm going to help you get to know this stranger, this you. And he was excited about this. Yeah, so back to that film, That Uncertain Feeling, an old film from the 40s or something. So that means her real self was a stranger. She's a stranger to the real self. She's a stranger to herself, right? And as mentioned earlier, the next scene was she bumped into her double self. She befriended the double self character, the tortured, brooding, intelligent artist guy. And the whole film was about their relationship and dialogue kind of thing. At the end of the film, sure enough, her symptom went away because she accepted what she learned from her double self. In the Student of Prague story, he rejected the double self. But in the film called That Uncertain Feeling, she accepted and embraced and welcomed the double self. That's herself. That tortured artist guy, it's not meant to be taken like an actual outer kind of story. It's just like a teaching kind of tale that he represents all of her that she doesn't know. And so, in other words, he's her, put it that way. So so she embraces her, seen in the proxy form of him being the double self of her double self. So as she embraced her double self, i.e. herself, she was more integrated. Okay, that's called healing and wholeness, and your physiology lines up. Your physiology responds to the healing. Then her symptom went away. A nice little spot here. I can't show you. The guy told me, you know, you can sit here a bit and all this, but we don't want you like filming things. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no problem. That's the only place. That's the only time I've been told that. You know. I thought he's worried about the interior decorator. Maybe there's some kind of... It's like marble colors and beiges and lots of like gold and gold colored pillows and sort of these grayish kind of pillows as well. The lamp, it's like a ball with a cream colored lampshade. I don't see the big deal here. It's okay. It's just nice enough. I don't see it as being some major secret. Anyways, I'm not going to show you the decor here. Some people just sat in front of me here. Let me see if I can change seats here. Hold on a second. Maybe I'll just sit here for a bit. Hi, can I just maybe sit here for about 10 minutes? Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah, great. Thanks a lot. Okay, maybe we can wrap up the video here. Or there's better light up there, isn't it? Yeah, let's go upstairs. Okay, thanks. I'm hoping I'll find some unused, run-down, beaten-up meeting room that they don't need, that they can let me use, and I can bring in the music. I really miss that. I really miss that part of it all, bringing in the music. Our most recently new added song to our collection is called Olsen, O-L-S as in Sam, U-N, by Sir Tabba Renner. About the grief work process. Great little song. She said that when the feelings came up by the breakup of the relationship, her mind, her third brain, was a rushing river, trying to attenuate and process, understand, accept the feelings that are coming up. To the degree that it can't, the brain would create beliefs and ideas to repress the pain, while the pain creates the beliefs to repress the pain. At the same time, the third brain is trying to process the emotions and accept and have related understanding to feel better and integrate. When it can't, it creates beliefs to get away from the pain, but the pain is creating those beliefs, and the beliefs are there to make you unaware of the pain, even though the pain created those beliefs. So she said, oh my God, I'm going to run to the pet store, buy me a cat. So she bought a cat to help her. And the song is about accepting loss and all this. Not a bad little song. I'm talking about the updated rock version, her most recent updated rock and roll version. On the music video, it's like her hugging like a fig tree or something like that, like an olive tree or something. Yeah, we've got a lot of good songs on our collection here. Well, it's nice to get the plant in the background. Yeah, that's great. Look, got the plant there. It's going to get dark here very soon anyway. Let's see. What is it? 20, maybe in 20 minutes. see how long I can last here before concierge kicks me out or something. You know, Janov, when he began, I think when he began his career, Janov, I think he thought maybe he could accelerate the process using free association and breathing techniques, and maybe kind of accelerate it. He learned his mistake. He got a bad, his so-called primal approach or something got a bad name by it. And that's why we didn't hear much about him. But he kept writing his books and updated things, and it was like a learning journey kind of thing. So, and in the later books, you know, he admitted that no, you can't bypass consciousness. You have to have a belated understanding, a conscious belated understanding that fits in and clicks in with the memory and the feeling of the past, and the belated release of the feelings that you couldn't feel in the past, linked in with your new elevated consciousness from where you were before by the release of your feelings. So you can't just try to trick your feelings to be released without awareness. It'll just clamp down again, and it might cause more harm in that cases. And so Janov's, his sort of so he described this whole journey of his. Plus, because of the huge demand to heal from trauma, you know, he all kinds of, there was a massive demand for it. He couldn't handle it all. So there were a lot of self-help spin-off groups and all this. And they just wanted a quick buck. Just beat the pillow. People are confused. Am I healed? Is that better? They don't care. They just took your money. Now the guy's doing this, the guy's scamming innocent people. That's because they felt scammed by their parents, their mother. So they scam others and feel entitled and don't care because the mother didn't care. Now the people who are victims of this, and the people who were scammed by the scammer, that's for them to know that their mother scammed them. So the scammer is doing to others what the mother did to them. The victims are just reliving what had happened to them by finding the scammer. So the primal therapy, and I also paid no attention to this Janov material until about maybe 3 months ago. I heard an interview before he passed away. So there's a very good obituary write-up about him in the New York Times called Arthur Janov Dies 93, at the age of 93. Margalit Fox wrote it up. Not a bad little overview of his life and all this. Anyways, just before he passed away, he gave an interview to a show called Radio Curious, like an audio podcast called Radio Curious. And it was very good. It's only 20 minutes long, jam-packed with insights. When I heard that, I thought, wait a minute, this guy's not such a flake as I thought he was, maybe. So I looked it up, and oh my God, he wrote 16 books since that original first Primal book. So his first book was called Primal Scream, 1970, made him an instant celebrity. He was an instant millionaire and all this, and a famous celebrity endorsements, and all these famous people were praising all this. You know, part of it's because there's such a pent-up demand to heal from trauma. Nobody's offering any kind of intelligent explanation of trauma. So he kind of slightly misleading, I think. Not perfectly, not too much, but a little bit. Maybe his mother misled him, so he misled others. So, anyways, he does have a lot of positive testimonials of people who have been healed by his approach and all this. So in the 26th, so if you look up our summary quotes of his work, it's not so much about the technique. I'm not interested. I've never done it, so I don't know it. A lot of these positive, amazing testimonials seem to be from actors, seem to be from, or just people selling their movie scripts, things of that category. Maybe a few crumbs of truth, a lot of exaggeration. But so I avoided the technique of it all, except for a couple of quotes that just kind of pointed out what the technique is, just to know what's going on in that end. Most of the quotes are about the knowledge of the brain's response to trauma, and his old what is it? A new bottle in old wine. So the old wine, what we talked about today, transference and repetition compulsion, he kind of spun it a little bit and called it symbolic acting out, which is good. It was refreshing to hear him describe it in his way, constantly referring to things in the present being symbols of the past or illusions of the past. And then he writes clearly, and we got a lot of great quotes. So I think I plucked out the best 300 quotes from his material. Now this Henry Hart guy, I'm probably gonna pluck out maybe the best 200. I'm thinking maybe we did 100 already. We did 100 already, so I'm almost halfway. Maybe we'll get lucky and find 300 quotes as well. Let's see if maybe we can squeeze out 300 quotes from Mr. Hart here. I really want to make sure I get the best quotes, because if that publication gets removed for whatever reason, I think we'll never find it again. I think it'll be buried in that university's basement collecting dust and no one can get it. Unbelievable. This is Mr. Hart did a great thing, giving us a compendium, like a list of topics that shrinks have been talking about for the past 100 years, kind of thing. Now he published in 1970, so we don't have any notes of his post 1970, but that's okay. I feel like I got to know the topics that were of interest back then. A lot of the big names were there. I'm very glad that Mr. Hart can paraphrase Edmund Burglar's material, because Edmund Burglar is one of our mentors, but I haven't been able to access most of his articles. I only have access to about 70 of his articles. He did 300 articles, Edmund Burglar, and I only could find 70. It's in a book called The Selected Works of Edmund Burglar. So his wife, I think, and some other guy plucked out 70 of his articles and put it into this one book. So it's a very good book on all this. But Hart quotes from Burglar's other articles. I thought, oh my God, yeah, this looks interesting. I would love to read these other articles. It costs a fortune to get these old articles. Right? Plus, we're learning more about Fenichel and Ferenczi and some of these other guys. He has a lot of quotes from a guy named Glover, and I'm avoiding it, except on rare occasion I'll include it. I find him to be a little too, I don't find him to be too helpful, to tell you the truth. But Hart seems to quote him a fair bit. So I'm trying to stay open-minded about Mr. Glover there. So we only have a couple of, I think today we had one of his notes in the collection. And I think we had 2 from Mr. Freud. Oh, a second. Oh, he left me. Oh, that was the guy that warned me not to film the furniture and all this. could just wrap it up here. If you want to, we could walk a little. We could. Yeah, why don't we do a bit of a walk outside? Yeah. Okay. Oh, one person's got a pizza box on their bicycle. They ordered a pizza. There's somebody's dog, huh? I don't know if he's a stray dog or... Oh, look at that cow. Look at that huge cat over there. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at that. Wow, that's one giant cat. Oh my God, he's like a... Are we getting him in the camera here? Too bad I don't have any snacks for him. He's about to jump, isn't he? He's on alert. High alert. He looks a little scared, doesn't he? Yeah. Well, all right, let's just leave it alone. Okay. Yeah, this empty lot's going to be a fancy, this empty lot here is going to be a fancy hotel. Not that anybody. There's even a picture of it here. Oh, there was a picture of it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, what's down there? Okay, never mind. Something like that one, probably something similar to that one. So Joseph Campbell calls this the hero's journey. To find this lost real self, which feels like a stranger. Oops. Chinnick calls it the second journey in midlife. A lot of shrinks call it adult development, just simply adult development. That there is such a thing as adult development, that we keep developing. We don't just stop at, at high school kind of thing. Well, there's that dog, eh? Well, he must be some kind of. He's definitely a stray dog. Oh, poor guy. He's got a lot of bruises and scars and things. Jeez. But poor guy. Huh? But, he still looks friendly enough. He doesn't look. He's not growling at people or anything. Yeah, last time I went down there, maybe this, why don't we go down? Let's try this way this time. Or even here. Let's see. Let's try another spot here. It's amazing how 5 minutes from this main road it's so quiet, eh? This is, oh no, it's oh, hang on. It's just empty. Maybe this is just an empty parking lot or something. Well, this used to be a fancy place, whatever it was. Well, maybe it still is. Maybe it still is. Why don't I just sit here? When it gets too dark, I'll close the video for sure. Yeah. Let's see. How's it here? This is this must be I don't know what this is. This is either a rundown old place or under. Okay, let's just hang out here for a bit. Wow. Okay, let's keep walking. So just like that building there, which when complete will house people, with enough consciousness it'll house our feelings. We'll get back our feelings. So in order for there to be people in that building, they first needed the building. It's pretty obvious, right? So likewise with healing, we need knowledge of ourselves to find ourselves. We're not going to find ourselves without a consciousness of ourselves. This is another part of town here. I'm not familiar with this section. It's pretty congested here. Oh, I see. Well, I'm thinking just to wrap it up here. Nothing. my first association with this empty parking lot is like, you know, kids running around playing stick hockey or something. Right? So free association, yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Go to yesterday's video about free association. We had a few quotes in there. Free association. That's the fundamental, primal, raw, basic method to make the unconscious conscious, because you're going to be aware of it. You see, in the beginning, Mr. Freud wanted to hypnotize people. It didn't work. So what if you brought up stuff? When he comes out of the hypnosis, he forgot it. It all got clamped down. There's no healing there. Oh, somebody's maybe telling me I'm supposed to be here or something. Okay. Actually, maybe, yeah, I saw some people down this road here. There's another road right here. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see where this goes. Well, there's that giant black cat. Huh? That's the same one, right? Yeah, that's the same. No, that's a smaller one. Oh, that's a smaller one. Oh yeah, that's a baby one. Yeah, that's a much smaller one. Yeah. What else? What were we just talking about? Okay, next time I'm down this, I'll go back to the other spot. There's a nice little boutique hotel at the other end. On the second floor, they got like a little restaurant there. There's some nice flowers there. Still don't know what these are called. I hear they are here. Aren't these nice? Look at that. Yeah. Still not sure what these are called. They got like a flower, and within the flower, right? Yeah, like that one there. Oh, that's just that's a dead end here. Well, if this is a dead end, I'll just wrap up the video here. Let's see. Oh, it turns, yeah, it turns. Let's keep going. Oh, this must be really expensive, this area. Nice and quiet. Let's see. Yeah, it keeps going. Bit of a zigzag. Let's see. Okay, any final thoughts here? Yeah. Sorry, I don't. Sometimes I strive to, with the hope that I'll say something funny at the end, something humorous at the end. Once in a while it happens. Sometimes I just go to the default pigeon joke, I think, yeah. Yeah, we have a thread on humor. Edmund Burglar, James Grotstein, a guy named Martin Bergman. A lot of good quotes on it. Yeah, there's another part here. Okay. Yeah. Something coming? There's a wine store. Yeah, pregnant women should not drink wine. Women who are pregnant. Jill and David Scarf. Is that Sharf or Scarf? One of those two. They had a story about a woman who was pregnant and took Tylenol with codeine in it, and that baby became addicted while in the uterus. He became addicted to the codeine part. And then when the baby was born, the baby was going through withdrawal, like he was shaking, freaking out. And the mother couldn't soothe him. So that child was traumatized by that. So. Okay, we're getting a fair bit of traffic here. Let's just wrap it up here. Thanks very much. I'll see you in the next video. The next video, as mentioned before, it's going to be a very challenging topic. After we cover that one, we'll go back to posting more of Hart's idbits, one-liners from psychoanalysis. So I hope in this collection here you found one that you liked. Likewise with each video, I hope there's one that you find of interest. I love sharing these quotes. Okay. Yeah, so I'll see you in the next video. And
have some more.
Many people
okay, so I'll see you in the next video. Yeah. You got a mix here of upscale kind of places and sort of places in transition, I guess. Well, why don't we just wrap up? Why not? That's some kind of private school or some kids, private kids school. Well, I'm trying to find a nice spot to post the video and say thanks very much. This has been TQ2780. And how about here? Oh yeah, what about right here? This is the entrance to a restaurant. Okay. Okay, yeah, we'll add more quotes to our various threads. It's all about understanding, forgiveness, self-recognition, soul vision for yourself, then you'll have soul vision for others. Okay, now part of this recognition is that when there's a lot of unmet needs, you know, then we're going to be projecting like crazy. And as we're projecting the past into the present, we're not really seeing the present too much for what it is, because we're so consumed by the past, and we're living in the past, dwelling in the past, kind of thing. So that's why there's problems in the present, because oh, hold on a second. Right here. Is that okay? Close up here. Oh, hang on. Oh, here's a cute little tea shop. I think we can close up here, yeah. No light here. How much light? How about here? Okay, let's just close it. This is the service department. No, I can't go in here. That sign over there reminds me of the famous song "Sometimes I Feel Like a Motherless Child," and we played. What's his name again? Oh boy. The guy, oh Jesus. The Blowfish, yeah. Hootie and, oh, here's a parking spot. How about here? The Hootie and the Blowfish. That band, the music band called Hootie and the Blowfish. On one of their CDs, he sings a 1-minute version of it. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Well, it's gonna get too dark here, anyways. All right, I'll see you in the next video, and we'll be adding more quotes to transference. Yeah, today's topic mainly transference and resistance. Yesterday's topic, and tomorrow's topic. That's a tough one, jeepers. I really wish I could interview somebody like James F. Masterson for that one, or Burglar. I wish Edmund Burglar were around. I would write to him and say, could I please interview you to talk about this talionic thing and clarify that. Maybe it's just, maybe it is discussed in other terms, but maybe we can get some more if we look back on the original jargon. So we're trying to heal ourselves, yeah. So if we're wounded, so the main wound is that we lost the real self, right? The golden ball went down the well. We want to get the golden ball back, meaning our feelings. That implies we get our self back, our real self back. When we get the real self back, that's healing and wholeness, and the natural pleasurable feeling is joy runs the console. So we get the golden ball back. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. Thanks very much.